Good morning, everyone. I see by the old clock on the wall in my computer that it's 10 o'clock. I'm going to call this meeting to order. This meeting is called to order. It's 10 o'clock. And first order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. Today it'll be led by me. If you please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, the first thing that we normally do is to start with public comment. But before we do that, I would like to recognize former state assemblyman and former county commissioner Kelly Kite, who's in the audience today somewhere. There you are, Kelly. Stand up and take a bow. All right, public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker unless additional time is granted by the board chairperson. Board of Commissioners uses timing lights to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. You will see a green light when you begin and then a yellow light which indicates that you have 30 seconds left and you should conclude your comments. Once the light turns red, please sit down. In addition to the opening public comment will also be taken on administrative agenda items that are identified for possible action and closing public comment. If you plan to speak on a specific agenda item that is on the administrative agenda and identified for possible action, then please provide your public comment when that agenda item is heard. At this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the County Board of Commissioners.
Brett Tibbetts, Cave Rock. I have a house full of grandchildren, so I wanted to speak on the petition up front so I could leave for a birthday party. If you uphold the clerk's disqualification of the petition, you will be holding the petitioners, the public, to a far higher standard than you're holding your own employees. Let me give you some examples. Let this think in. There are people registered in this county to vote at addresses that do not exist. And the people put their correct address on the petition, and the clerk disqualified them. Let me give you an example. Jean Freeman. The clerk says the registration is at 773 Scout Lane in Gardnerville. The petition says 773 Scout Circle in Gardnerville. There's no 773 Scout Lane in this county. But the clerk disqualified the proper address. This happens again and again and again throughout this. You want me to give you another one? Sarah Cleary. The clerk says she lives at 1498 10th Street in Minden. There's no such address in this county. None. It doesn't exist. She actually lives at 1478 10th Street, which is what she wrote on the petition, and that her signature was disqualified. More examples. P.O. boxes. P.O. boxes are constantly disqualified on the petition by Ms. Bergens. At the lake, we don't get delivery of our mail at the house. We have to go to the P.O. box, the post office. I live in Cave Rock. It's legally Glenbrook, but I get my mail at Zephyr Cove. So it's very confusing, and people are disqualified based on that. Here's another one. It seems like an effort was made to disqualify. Somebody lives on Hope Court. The clerk's office says they live at Hoppy Court or Hopi Court, one letter off. An I to an E is easy to mistake in writing. That happens throughout this document. Or how about this? People write their street address. They don't put the unit number on if they live in a condo, or vice versa, and it's disqualified, even though the street legal address is there. So in my mind, given 112 votes, whatever it is, and the number of mistakes in this, you ought to pass this thing and let it go through. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Roger Harker. I am here to express my support for Richard Chapman to fill the open position on the Airport Advisory Committee. That position is to represent commercial operators at the airport, and to that end, he has taken on himself to visit and get input from the majority of the commercial operators at the airport. I find that very satisfying that he's expressed the initiative to go do that. In addition, a major factor for the Airport Advisory Commission coming up in the next year or so is the update of the Airport Strategic Master Plan. And that plan is sorely in need of update and is going to require a lot of initiative and a lot of time to do that. Richard has that time to do that. In addition, he is a very active pilot. He's out there virtually every day. If he's not flying, he's polishing, working on the airplane that he built. So with that, I lend my support for his appointment to the Airport Advisory Committee. Thank you.
Again, I would remind you that if you are here for an item that is a regular agenda item, please do your public comment at that time, unless you have a pressing engagement and need to make your statement and leave. So thank you.
Okay, good morning. For the record, Patrick Mooneyhan, East Fork Fire Protection District. I am here to speak on behalf of the East Fork Fire Protection District, Chief Carlini and Fire Marshal Ray, in support of Ordinance 2023-1630, revising Title 20 of the Douglas County Code. As fire service professionals, we always encourage residential fire sprinklers in any new home, as they offer the best life safety protection and often suppress a fire before it can spread throughout the home. With that said, we've worked diligently with county officials from the building department over the last few months to provide the best alternatives to provide a higher level of safety by supporting the installation of a 1-hour firewall between the home and the garage in all new residences. We just had a garage fire yesterday in TRE, for those who may not know. Garage fires are very common, and this code provision will provide additional time to hold a fire to the garage and will hopefully allow the time the firefighters need to keep the fire contained to the garage. Lastly, these changes will provide more consistency between county code and EFFPD regulations, which will benefit the citizens and builders in Douglas County. Thank you.
Morning, Commissioners. My name is Tim Stevenson. I live out in Jacks Valley area. I came here today ostensibly to congratulate you and the county and the Planning Commission on being progressive in forming a policy and institution of the airbed, or the vacation rental by owner. Douglas County has stepped up to the plate on this, and I consider they've really done a great job. You know, I came to Mimi Moss some 6 to 8 years ago with a problem of a hotel next to me out in Jacks Valley area. Planning Commission shut them down 7-0. You guys were 5-0. They sued. You guys won that case because what you did was correct. The idea of the valley floor opening up to Airbnb, which the petition, I think that petition is kind of a black bag job because it says, oh, we got to limit it and we're going to open it up in the valley floor, and that is ostensibly wrong. I put out Douglas County demographics that I think she distributed to you. You can plainly see how many residents at Tahoe compared to homes, how many homes and residents in the valley. We are a bedroom community. When I was a child here, I remember the first time, it was 7 miles from Daggett Creek on Foothill to Lakeshore Inn, or Lakeside Inn. And I remember when they first oiled that, and then they first paved it. And then they put that gash across my beautiful mountains to make the valley a bedroom community for the workers at South Shore. And so, you know, because we have a lot larger population, does not make this not a bedroom community more. So I hope that you'll continue on the problem, which is a nationwide problem of quality of housing or availability of housing, affordability of housing, neighborhood continuity, on continuing with your successful VRBO program that you have going. I understand there are $500,000 in wages coming into the community because of this vacation rental ordinance, and administration is going on. There's $700,000 in income from fees. There's $2.1 million in bed tax. Vacation rental has been a paragon at Tahoe. It's been going on forever. It's wonderful for a family to come up and get a house and spend a week. So I don't think you should be cutting it back or limiting it, considering that only in the high density recreation areas, am I done here, folks? Okay. If you look at on the east side, it was always open.
Good morning, Ellie Waller. I hope all of you got a chance to, that's okay. I hope all of you got the chance to look at the 199-page supplemental. There's lots of information. I'm mentioning that because my opening public comment is about item 7, Buckeye Farms first reading, which is presentation only. I don't know about you, but you all should view the January 9th and February 13th Planning Commission meetings, which brought us to today's packet, which makes it even more confusing. Yes, the rules are complicated, but they need to be followed. I'm hoping you get a comprehensive presentation. Many questions should arise. How can a resolution be posted online for today's meeting before the Planning Commission took place? None of their recommendations, if any, would have been in that packet. I want to thank Planning Commissioner Maureen Casey for pointing out on Tuesday at the January 9th meeting, the attorney for that applicant's behavior was way out of line, and I even find that unacceptable. I want to thank her again. Decisions and agreements on the Minden and Gardnerville results and conditions should be discussed for you folks. Disclosure of the staff applicant discussions on that 1-9 packet that led to the outrageous behavior and necessity for the February 13th meeting. I believe you have the cart before the horse. Where can I find in Douglas County Code the definition of agrihood or farm-based development? Who vetted it? It's not approved. Maybe I just don't know where to look. The definition is necessary to understand land uses proposed to be adhered to. Criteria for an agri and ecotourism center comes to mind. January 9th, February 13th, and the upcoming 15 staff reports do not mention the agrihood terminology. When can one find that criteria? The master plan said implement agrihood strategy framework accepted by the Board of Commissioners. This is dated September 3rd, 2020. Implementing meaning what? The specific plan cites agrihood. The development agreement does not. You can see my confusion. In the 199-page supplemental is the conditions of approval. So if you didn't get a chance to read it, it starts on page 129, goes through 156 of the supplemental. Also, I'm assuming it was and I don't like to make assumptions, assuming that the, oh gosh, there's so much wrong. Assuming that the, recordation dates of 2040 for all phases, where I believe tentative maps do expire in 4 years. They're asking you for 16 years for 5 phases. Thank you. I will turn in more comprehensive comments for your March 7th meeting.
Jim Jackson. I've got so many things to talk about today, I'm not going to get it in 3 minutes, so I'm going to be here all day. You wanted to know the definition of agrihood? It's rooftop to rooftop. I lived in Southern California where we were in an agricultural area, and within about a 10-year period, it went rooftop to rooftop all the way from San Bernardino to downtown LA. We don't want that here. Anyway, I'm here to talk about my favorite subject, Painted Rock Mine. The other day, I had an interesting conversation with the governor's office. I thought I'd call them and see what their thoughts were on this. I'm in line to get an appointment with the governor. When and if that ever happens, I don't know. But the person I talked to said that, well, they understood what was going on, and they would contact Amadei's office to see what they were doing, and they would contact NDOT to see what their opinion was on Johnson Lane. Very interesting. Came back. Johnson Lane is a county road. NDOT has no jurisdiction over it. The state has no jurisdiction over it. The county can do whatever they want to do to that road. Not what we've been being told, but that's what the state has told me, the governor's office. So anyway, based on that, there are several things that you need to take into consideration and start working on. One is the quality of life on all the people that live up in that area. 2 is we're not responsible for a bad business decision on the part of Knox. If they decided that they wanted to use Johnson Lane because it was more profitable for them, fine. But if we don't want them to use it, then that's not our problem. They can find another way to get a road out of there. It's going to cost them a little bit more money, but that's their problem. It is not the county's problem to make sure a business is profitable. And that's a quote from one of your planning commission people. The other quote that came out from one of the commissions was, "We don't always do what the public wants." Well, perhaps you should do what the public wants more often. That's what we put you up there for. If you don't want to do that, then don't try to get reelected for it, because we're looking to see what the county is doing for us, the citizens of this county. I took notes on a lot of things this time. I haven't done that since I was in college. The other thing is that came out is that the county is liable for decisions they make or don't make. Knowing everything that could happen on Johnson Lane, and if you take no action, at some point, the county will be liable and will be sued for somebody that gets hurt on Johnson Lane. How that stands up in court, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, thank goodness. But that was a discussion that came up in one of the commission's meetings. So I'll be back.
Good morning, Douglas County. Jason Gibson. The Purple Party launched our annual Peace Through Culture campaign last week, February 9th, 10th, and 11th. That's a public awareness campaign kicking off the Chinese Lunar New Year, the 13 moons in motion, the year of the wood dragon. And that was at the Cultural Museum of all places, and we're stoked to see that they're finally starting to get it. The Peace Through Culture campaign is pushed by the Planet Art Network, which was formulated in 1984 by Dr. Jose Arguelles. It's the same Planet Art Network we used to win the small business revolution for a new time economy out of the Dallas, Washington, Oregon, Columbia Basin in 2020. Jason Gibson announced, yours truly here, announced the intent to run for the Board of County Commissioners seat District 1 in Gardnerville Ranchos, where we built our home in 83-84. Gibson family moved to South Shore Tahoe in 79. We lived in Minden in the apartment complex across from Rayleigh's with the Casantini family from 81 till 84. and that's when Mother went to work on the house. She ran Mike Swift's office, and she used her rapport with the Swift family to build an incredible estate out in Gardnerville Ranchos, which is why we're running for the seat. Now, I must needs digress, and I'm looking forward to the time where we don't have to backslide into the muddle puddle of the bad business being practiced by Douglas County dinosaurs, but we must do what must needs be done, and we're speaking in whole systems, and you're not going to be happy about it. Gardner, in closing the last meeting, said, "It's unfortunate that Gibson will use this meeting to spread misinformation." And he spurred people to do their own research. Well, we've been doing our own research, and this one comes from the Center for Public Integrity. This is the State Integrity Investigation Report, where Nevada gets an F grade in 2015 for lacking integrity. And this investigation here you can find online. And sadly, 8 years later, not much has changed. Not much has changed. They ranked Nevada in 2015 with an F, ranking 46th in the nation. We still have an F, and now we're 48th in the nation. Due to the unbridled commercial development and the lackluster sense of leadership and the bottleneck think tank of this corporate body politic, which is absolutely unlawful and unsustainable, we are running for a seat with the Purple Party to charm your fancy and overgrow the government in Douglas County, Nevada. Shakalaka.
Ted Gaines, I come here to talk about your item 8 on there. I don't know how much you commissioners have read it. I got a copy of it sent to me today, and everywhere I look in there where it says building official, it's scratched out and it's put in capitals. Now, on the night of the caucus, I ran into our old plan checker and retired county person. They've been here for years. Well, during the heyday, nothing was sent out to get plan inspections. It was all done in-house. They handled everything. It got done. Now, this item 8 has been redlined from top to bottom, moved around, things changed. Don't you think it would be a better service to the public and the people in this room if our head building official was doing his job instead of trying to change codes to get more authority? In fact, that same person and another person that retired from the county both told me that it's possible a short person with an attitude is changing a lot of this. So I look at this and we handled it all before. Now we can't handle anything. We sent it out at the tune of $80,000. Why is it we're paying people to check our plans? Maybe because he's not certified. Now, you're going to get a silver tongue speech on this today, and everybody's going to get it. On February 2nd, down the street, I met one of the county officials, the director of development for our community development, and she sent me an email. Kind of an intimidating little email, but it was incorrect. It was with false information on people. Now, one of our commissioners here nominated our head building official to be in that position June 3rd of 21. Our head of our community development gave a big speech about him, what he did, and he was in the Army, and he spent all this time, and he was 7 years the senior superintendent for a construction outfit here in town. But he didn't tell you that construction outfit had class action lawsuits against it for inferior and incompetent work. My question is, would that make a difference in your decision to appoint this man if you knew that what he was doing as a superintendent was getting sued and the people of Douglas County were the ones suing him? Voters, registered voters? Now, you guys need to really look this over. I didn't get to hear Pat. I heard compressors, which is not your fault and whatnot this morning, and my hearing. But this thing's is redlined from top to bottom. These people are after power. I have absolute proof of things they've went around the fire department on. There have illegal buildings with people in them, kids in them, whatnot in them. And this is all going to be charged with our sheriff's department and whatnot in the next little bit. I don't know if it'll be by the second reading or not. I'm going to try to get some of you commissioners evidence of that. One of them was wanting to meet with me. I've had other out-of-town business. So I need you to look at it. They are not being completely honest with you when they tell you things. And I have, well, like I just told you, would it have made a difference to you commissioners if you knew this man, the superintendent, had class action lawsuits against him for problems he had with that? I would like to think you would have thought about reappointing him to that position. Thank you.
Is there any more public comment at this time? Seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the board. First thing on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Is there any changes to the agenda?
Mr. Chair, I move for the approval of the proposed agenda as presented.
I don't know if this is the right time to bring this up or when the motion comes up, but I'm going to bring it up and maybe the DA's office can tell me, first of all, if it's even legal, and second of all, if this is appropriate time. With respect to the VHR ordinance, it was declared insufficient. The petitioners received, after numerous requests, received the documentation last night. I think it would be better if they had an opportunity to review it and provide us with a complete response so we can make an informed decision of whether or not we should accept it or not. I think doing it overnight is put too much of a time burden on them, and we're not going to get the full review. So I would ask, can we delay it 2 weeks, Mr. DA, Mr. Ritchie? Can it be delayed 2 weeks? And if it can, is now the best time to make that motion, or is it when the matter comes before the board, that agenda item?
Chairman, if I may.
Sir.
Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. The question should be probably brought up when the item is brought forward. I'm looking at NRS 295-105, which talks about the review of certification, and 295-115. The statute says that the Board of County Commissioners shall review the certificate at its next meeting following the filing of the request and approve or disapprove it. And the determination of the board is a final determination as to the sufficiency of the petition. Based on the plain language of the statute, the board has to today determine, approve or disapprove it. Because there are fairly tight guidelines on it, as well as it's an election issue.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Noasan.
The item before the board right now is approval of the agenda. I would say that we have an issue with the item dealing with the petition. So if we want to approve the agenda as is, then we're going to go into that later on. I would suggest that we, in light of what Commissioner Tarkanian has said, that there is some questions, let the questions be answered before the next meeting. So I would recommend that that item be dropped.
All right, the NRS is very plain that we have to do it at our very next meeting. This is the very next meeting, so at this point, I believe that that's moot, and we will approve the agenda as presented. Mr.
I don't know
Gardner?
that there's been a second, Mr. Chairman. Yeah.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? One opposed or two opposed? One opposed. Motion carries. And I believe that Commissioner Gardner wanted to pull item D from the
No, sir.
consent
I
calendar.
think we go into approval of previous minutes before we get to the consent calendar.
Right. All right, we need approval of the previous minutes. Is there any changes to the minutes? Saying none, I need a motion.
I move approval of the previous minutes.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? We'll now move to the consent calendar. Commissioner Gardner wanted to pull item D to bring it to our regular agenda. Any further items to be pulled? Seeing none, I need a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the consent calendar items as presented, items A through M minus D.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Carries 5-0. All right, we will now move to the regular calendar, and we need to take item D before we take item number 1. Sorry, Scott. You'll have to wait in the wings for just a couple more minutes. Yeah, he's been waiting for years. Yeah. All right. Sir, you pulled item D, so would you let us know why?
Yes, sir. I serve on the board of directors of the Douglas County Chamber of Commerce, and this item is directly related to the construction that's taking place on 395 and the business disruption that's taking place by that, and the inability of businesses along that corridor to get proper notification to the residents of this county to that they are open during this construction period. So I felt like it was important for us to discuss this as a board. I'm not opposed to it, of course. I'm very much in favor of it, but I just wanted to make sure that we gave it the due recognition that I feel it deserves to our business community and to the members of the public to highlight this. So anyways, that's why I asked for this item to be pulled.
I want to just piggyback on that I've been to the businesses during construction. You can get there. They're still going strong, and they're enjoyable as always, and I find great stuff. So go businesses.
All right. Since it was pulled from the consent calendar, is there anyone who has public comment on item D?
Mr. Chair, I believe you need to read this into the record first, and then we can ask for public comment or commissioners' comments.
There's always something new. All right, for possible action, discussion on the adoption of Resolution 2024 R-020, temporarily waiving the community development temporary sign known as an A-frame permit of $94.64 for those businesses that have submitted a temporary sign permit application, are adjacent to the U.S. Highway 395, and are affected by the NDOT repaving and construction project along Highway 395 within the town of Gardnerville boundaries. And you brought this forward. Do you have anything further?
No.
Okay, and I believe we have some public comment.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. I'm Jen Nalder with Main Street Gardnerville, and I was at the meeting when I had brought this to the attention of Mr. Gardner and Commissioner Hales, and I wanted to, first of all, thank you for the prompt attention that you gave this issue. This is a temporary waiver of a fee, and it is much needed to our downtown businesses as they are struggling right now with the current construction that is going downtown and then the further construction that is looming for the remainder of 2024. With our efforts to partner with Douglas County to make sure that there is I promise I won't go over my time, that there is a level of responsibility on the owner's behalf of the businesses. We are requesting that they still continue to fill out and submit their temporary signage permit, which will allow them to continue to basically comply with the regulations as what the signs look like. So on behalf of Main Street Gardnerville and our businesses downtown, I wanted to thank you for keeping their best interests at heart.
Thank you so much. Is there any further public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Do any further discussion from the board? If not, I will entertain a motion.
I'll move approval of consent item D.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It passes 5-0. We will move to the regular agenda, the administrative agenda, and we'll start with item number 1. And I believe that there's several people here for item number 1, so we will move over to the dais. Please.
Did you read the agenda item?
I'm sorry?
Did you recall the agenda item in?
This is item number 1 for presentation only, a ceremonial presentation of an Employee Service Award to Scott Morgan for 30 continuous years of service to Douglas County.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, Douglas County Manager for the record. I really appreciate the full commission joining us up front here today. This is such an important distinction. I have seen this organization have the privilege of extending 30-year continuous service awards to a number of employees throughout my career, but it's very rare. In fact, I'm not even sure it's ever happened before that we've had an individual with 30 years of service in one position as the director of a department, and that is Scott Morgan. Yesterday, I couldn't get through the speech without crying. Today, I'm going to try to do a better job. We'll see how far I get. When we told Scott that we wanted to host a lunch to celebrate his accomplishments and asked him where he would like to celebrate, Scott did not hesitate to answer that he would like to reflect on his years of service as the Director of Community Services at a senior lunch at the Douglas County Community Center yesterday. For those of us fortunate enough to have come to know Scott over the years, his answer should come as no surprise. The community center building is Scott's house. The meals served and the relationships forged there are all products of Scott's master plan. Scott welcomes all with open arms because he considers each visitor to the center to be a member of his extended family. For Scott, servant leadership, people, and relationships matter above all things, and I couldn't agree more. This philosophy perfectly summarizes Scott's approach to his time to date as a public servant in Douglas County, and I am so proud to have him joining me in the county manager's office as the assistant county manager. I know his leadership will help me set the tone and direction for the county's future success. For 30 years, many things have changed in this organization, from floppy disk drives, typewriters, fax machines, flip phones, and 12 county managers. The one constant throughout has been Scott. He has been an integral part of our community services team, tirelessly working to enrich our community and enhance our living experience. Throughout Scott's 3 decades of service, he has exemplified the true spirit of dedication, commitment, and compassion. His unwavering enthusiasm for his work has been an inspiration to us all, and his impact on our community service programs is truly immeasurable. Hold on, I got to arrow down, folks. Sorry, this is a bit long. I got a lot to say. Scott is more than just an employee. He is a steward of all things that make Douglas County a special place. From meticulously planning our public buildings and spaces, maintaining our parks, organizing engaging recreational activities for people of all ages, and enhancing social services for our most vulnerable populations, his contributions have left a lasting legacy that will be cherished for years to come. But beyond his professional achievements, Scott has been a pillar of support and a source of encouragement for his colleagues. His kindness, generosity, and willingness to lend a helping hand have created a positive work environment where teamwork thrives and friendships are forged. As we reflect on Scott's 30 years of service, we are not going to be only celebrating his accomplishments today, but we should also be expressing our heartfelt gratitude for his dedication and hard work. His unwavering commitment to making our community a better place serves as a shining example for us all. Scott, on behalf of everyone here today and the countless individuals whose lives you have touched over the years, I want to extend... Okay, I know, I tried so hard to extend my thanks and congratulations. Your contributions have made a profound difference, and your legacy will continue to inspire us for many years to come. All right, I'm done. Please join me in a round of applause to honor Scott Morgan for remarkable achievements. That pin, a 30-year pin, is not nearly enough to express our thanks. But for those who didn't catch the first part of my speech, Scott's not going anywhere. We're going to have a celebration for him when he does finally decide to retire and leave this organization. But in the meantime, we're going to milk this man for all he's worth. So come on up, Scott.
Jennifer, thank you for those kind words, and thank you for your passion as well. Jennifer had said that I've worked for 12 county managers, and I've liked them all. I've really liked some. Jennifer is in that category. So it's been a great career, and I don't want to talk about all the great things we've done as a community together and as a staff together. I want to talk a little bit about relationships, and my first one. Now you're going to get me. My wife. I've spent almost half my life in this job and over half my life with my wife. And I couldn't have done it without you, ever. Every day, the support you've given me, the comfort you've given me. I love you very much, and I thank you very much. Now the rest are about relationships. I can truly say I have enjoyed everyone I have come in contact with. Sometimes it's been a little rocky, but at the end of the day, I have forged friendships that will last forever, from my staff, from advisory boards, from foundation members, county commissioners, county manager's office, and again, of course, my staff. I truly look back and go, the relationships that I have forged will be great friendships forever and ever, and those are the most valuable things to me. The buildings, the parks, the services that we've done, somebody's going to run those someday, and probably run them better than me, build newer, better things, because I wish the best for this community. But what will last forever are the relationships that I have forged and found and hold most dear in this community. And those are things I'm going to take to my grave. Those are things I'm going to rely on long after I leave this place. And those are very, very important to me. So those that are here and those that are listening at home and those that don't know what's going on here today with my recognition, I am deeply, deeply proud to have known you, to have worked with you, because it truly is, it takes a lot of energy, and we are very methodical in this community. Some things have taken, the skateboard park took 7 years. Pickleball courts, first time, we're 10 years behind the times. We are very measured in our approach and very transparent and very public oriented, and we really make sure before we spend a dime of taxpayer money, we are going to make sure we spend it right, and we're going to engage a lot of folks, and that has really helped us forge those relationships. And so I'm really proud to have had the support I've had in the past from the County Board of Commissioners, where all things happen in this community. You've all been fantastic, including this board. I'm so pleased to know you, and going back to the days of Kelly Kite. When I was a 32-year-old kid coming here to be the Park and Rec director, there's a great story behind that too, and I don't mind sharing it now, but at the time was something I held close to my vest. I was called for a phone interview the day my father died in my arms, and it made an impression upon me, and they allowed me to extend that 2 weeks, and I did the phone interview, and the human resources director at the time, and his name is Neldon Demke, he's long since gone, literally said to me, "Well, you're not as bad as the rest of them. I think we'll bring you in for a phone interview." And so I came down and I did an interview, and I was just a kid, and I did a presentation. I had a slide of my family, my 2 young boys holding a sign saying, "Hire my dad," and that was really fun. And I wasn't the number 1 candidate. There's some guy out of Reno, much more experienced than me, and he declined the job. Then their number 2 candidate, he declined the job, and Neldon called me up and goes, "Well, you're not our number 1 choice, but I guess you'll do." And so that was my welcome to Douglas County, and I have not looked back since. And so thank you all for coming. Thank you all for being a great support to me. I appreciate and love you all, and honey, thank you very, very much. That's it.
I just want you. All right. Well, that's going to be a tough act to follow with the rest of the agenda.
After we get done with this, if you'd all join me out on the steps for a photo.
Yeah. Do you mind if we take a recess so we can take some
I
photos?
believe we need to.
Okay, that'd be great.
At least a 10-minute.
All right, 10-minute recess, everyone. Thank you for humoring us.
Let's do it.
All right, we'll bring this meeting back to order. Normally, for items that are presentation only, we do not allow any public comment. However, I've had so many people who would like to make a comment to the presentation of Scott Morgan that I will allow 2 minutes each for those that want to say something to Scott. So with that, public comment is open for Scott.
Good morning, Dave Brady for the record. I had the opportunity and privilege to work with Scott for about 25 years in different capacities. First as a member of the Park and Rec Board, then as a commissioner, and then as treasurer of the foundation. With Scott, there was a rumor that he was long-winded. So I really was hesitant and was voluntold that I had to go to Park and Rec on behalf of the school board. So my first meeting with Scott, I said, Scott, I understand you run long meetings. I said, do me a favor. If I ask you what time it is, don't tell me how you made the watch. And we got along just fine after that. But I just want to let you know I've enjoyed every single minute of those 25 years working with Scott. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jason Gibson on behalf of Scott Morgan. I spend more time on the dark side than the lighter side of things. The reason why I'm up here is because I'm grateful to be living in this county, proud to be living in this county, proud to be playing an active role in this county. People like Scott Morgan, people at the community center, the senior community center, do an exceptional job with their activities, special events, unprecedented grooviness. We never had that when we were kids growing up here. It was a very desolate, culturally poor situation in the 80s and late 70s. Total relief that we would see the skate park. We built the first half pipe in the ranchos, and when we did that, that's when everything changed. The only option at that time in terms of social forms and fun were football games, and we were tired of fighting with the jocks. we didn't want that anymore. So Bones Brigade coming up to South Shore Tahoe, turning us on, developing our knack for the mountains, taking to the mountains as snowboarders, and new wave music and dances. We never had dances before. So power to you, Scott Morgan, and to all your peoples and your tenure. We're going to draw upon, try to flesh you out, because the more you know, the less they show, and you're definitely a leader amongst men.
Elizabeth Learnhardt for the record. I didn't want to say a public comment today, but darn it, Scott did it. I am extremely thankful to Scott Morgan. He was the one who helped us to prevent that Highway 50 is still a 4-lane road and not a 2-lane road. That's all I want to say, and I hope we keep you for many more years. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, Dave Nelson. Just want to say that Scott, probably going to make a lot of people feel bad, but he's my favorite county employee by far. Thank you.
Ben Johnson for the record. We're really lucky to have Scott. I've known him indirectly since near the beginning of his time. One of my closest friends, my best friend growing up, his mom, Vicki Schussel, worked for him. The comment she would make about how wonderful of a boss he was, That was my first introduction. And over the years, he's the person I'd reach out to when I had questions of the county. He always calls me back. He's always reasonable. The county's been so lucky to have him, and I wish him the best. And that follows through to, I serve on the Tahoe Douglas Fire Board, and as some of the trustees were talking about, who should we encourage to run? Scott was our number one. He's the person we reached out to. I don't know if he will or won't run, but that's how much I think of him, how much I respect him, and the county's really lucky to have him.
Thank you. I see no one else jumping up, so I will go ahead and close public comment on this issue. And we'll move to agenda item number 2. This is for possible action. Discussion on one appointment to the Douglas County Airport Advisory Committee in accordance with Douglas County Code Chapter 2.58 for one member to serve the remaining unexpired term of a member of the airport commercial community who has resigned as of February the 15th, 2024. And this will be from February 15th, 2024 through December 31st, 2024, and County Manager Jennifer Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. This item appears on the agenda as a result in a vacancy on the Airport Advisory Committee, as you just stated, Mr. Chairman. We did solicit applications to bring forward, and as a result of that solicitation, we received 3 applications for your consideration here today. Each of those individuals, I believe, indicated their ability to attend, and I think they're sitting in the audience and would be happy to answer questions the County Commission may have. With that, Mr. Chairman, I turn it back to the Commission for your discussion and consideration.
Thank you. I understand that all 3 of the applicants are in the chamber, so I will go by alphabetical order. Mr. Chapman, if you would like to address us and tell us why you should get the nod.
Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to be voted to be a representative on the Airport Advisory Committee. Last month, I also applied, and it was more generic. It was the business community is what was said, and then it got narrowed down. I got a nice email from Marcia saying that it needed to, asked 3 questions. So I had to think about that. One of the questions was, are you a current business at the airport? So I am not, but I decided to go talk to everyone that is a business at the airport. And I came up with some interesting situations in doing so that I'd like to present to you for consideration. First of all, the people that I talked to, they're very busy trying to develop their own business. And what I discovered was they'd really like to have an advocate for them on the committee rather than be on the committee themselves. So with that said, I started thinking even further that there may be some situations that would occur. For example, the barrier to entry for new commercial businesses is fairly substantial, and I think we need to take a look at that. And if I were a large business at the airport, I think I'd have a hard time wanting to have other businesses like mine because of the investment that I may have made, come to actually come out and compete with my business. So I'm retired. I've got no financial interest whatsoever in the airport. I don't own a hangar. I don't own any leases. I rent a hangar out there. I have absolutely no financial interest personally in the airport. All of my interest is with the users of the airport and the business community and the community at large. And so I think that I can be a very unbiased advocate of all the commercial businesses without preference to any one of them. The other thing that needs to happen that I'd like to mention is that we have a airport master plan, and we have grant assurances. We need to get money from the federal government for development at the airport. And we've had a significant event take place that has rendered that we need to take a look at a modification to our current airport master plan. And I have lots of time, being retired, to spend on doing just that. So if you have any questions?
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the board?
I just wanted to make a statement. I thought your application was very well done, but most impressive to me was your desire to be on this committee so much that you'd go out and interview every business out there. I thought that was wonderful.
Thank you.
All right, sir. Thank you so much. And Mr. Tim Gardner.
Tim Gardner, for the record. I'm just here to answer any questions that you may have. I think we had a good discussion last time I was here. I do have a small business out at the airport. I'm a flight instructor. I'm an aircraft mechanic. I do a lot of experimental research and development projects out there, and I just put my name in to serve on the commission or the advisory board, just because I feel it's important that that those that can give back to the community. We live in a wonderful place, and I just think it's important that everybody volunteer and give back and have a responsibility to make this place as as good as we possibly can. So, any questions for me, please?
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Mr. Gardner.
I have no questions. I just wanted to commend you for your continued interest in this. We discussed this back in December, and at that time we found you very, very compelling as a candidate. The problem is we had a lack of positions available for all those that applied. So I thank you for remaining interest and thank you for your attendance today. So.
Very good. Thank you.
Any further questions from the board? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
And Mr. Charles Robbins.
Good morning. I'm Charles Robbins. I've been a trustee with the swim pool. I've been a trustee with the East Fork Swimming District and also the mosquito abatement. I've owned 6 businesses. I've probably hired over 300 people in my businesses. I'm more than qualified for this, and you probably should be asking yourself, when can I get started? I can start tomorrow. I'm ready to go. I've got the background. I know the knowledge. I've been a pilot since 1971 when I came back from Vietnam. I've flown all over the United States, flown a Spitfire in England. And I've done quite a few things that enjoy aviation. I understand what's going on at the airport right now, but I'm not going to get into it because once you sit down with a group of people, you then hash it out and you understand it. I've done enough with trustees to understand everybody has their own thought and own idea what they want to do and how they want to go about it. That's where you have to get everybody together and make a cohesive item and plan. Any questions? Blew you out of the water, didn't I?
It would appear not. Yes, sir.
Well, since you ask, have you flown a P-51?
No, I have not. I've flown the Spitfire.
All right.
And I was going to run against her, but I got a call one night at 3 o'clock in the morning that the young lady I was dating in Ukraine, the building was being bombed, and I said, wait, I'll be there in 2 days. Got her out of Ukraine and went back and was going to join the Ukrainian army, but they looked at my passport and they said, oh my God, you're 71. We can't take you at 71. So they lost out.
I know the spiel. I'm 84.
So I'm ready tomorrow.
I guess no more questions.
I hope not.
All right, I will bring it back to the board.
We're good?
That's it, sir.
All right, thank you.
I didn't mean to leave. You might want to stick around. It'd probably be a good idea. Public comment? All right, we've seen the three comments, three applicants. Is there any public comment?
Jason Gibson, once again, for the last 3 years. Three great candidates, bursting at the seams with development, over-commercialized, taxed, stressed. Why do we have to lose any of these candidates? Chairman Gardner or Commissioner Gardner says, we don't have a position for you. We're sorry. We can't utilize your skills, talents, and expertise. These folks are needles in a haystack. Find a way to utilize the collective genius of your people. People. You know, it's like thinking like machines and this this top-down business model where you got one person that's got to be the boss. We got one guy that's got to be in control of that chair or that responsibility. Why does it have to be that way? Why can't we decentralize this government and find a way to support and compensate these people? It's ridiculous. They belong on the Norms and Procedures committees. They should be compensated for their expertise. These elders, you cannot afford to lose the wisdom of these elders. We need these people, just like we need our youth. We have to decentralize our thinking, folks. Come on now.
Thank you.
Mickey Hempler, speaking as an individual. I just wanted to promote Mr. Chapman for this position. I know that he has applied, I think this is the third time now. And the first time he was one of the top picks, and Mr. Bradford came out on top, which was a great choice. But now you have the unique opportunity to get both of them. And I hope that you will do just that and pick Mr. Chapman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim Jackson. I'd like to recommend Chappie. I just asked him if I could use his nickname up here. At the last airport meeting, I was there, and he and I had a nice discussion. And I think that anybody that spent the time on his own to go out and speak to all the businesses at the airport and everything shows his willingness to actually do the job that needs to be done there. So I would highly recommend him to do that. And besides, we had a little conversation about the Navy and the Marine Corps, in which I stated that the Marine Corps was the men's department of the Navy. So.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gardner.
So, anyways, it was indicated that apparently the feeling was that this was my decision alone. That was indicated, and that is not true. It takes a majority of this board to approve any decisions. Also, the thought process of involving everyone that comes before us on all the boards. This one in particular is Douglas County Code, Chapter 2.58, which designates 7 members, and very specifically what those members have to represent within our community. And this one happens to be the airport commercial community. And so in review of all of the applicants, I think they're all very qualified and would serve to our benefit on this board. However, once again, this member has to serve and be a member from the airport commercial community as I understand it. Now, perhaps our Deputy District Attorney can correct me if that's incorrect, and as I look at these applicants, and looking at the applications, it's my observation that Mr. Gardner is the only one that meets that criteria. And so that's why I am leaning in that direction, unless we can look at others. But when it says something so specific, unless we can do otherwise, that would be my indication. Now, I also should disclose the fact that Mr. Gardner and I share last names, but we don't know each other and are not relatives or anything. What? Yes. I don't know. Okay. So anyways, that's kind of my leanings in that regard.
Thank you. Mr. District Attorney, Assistant, sorry.
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie, Deputy District Attorney. The county code specifies that the membership, the various appointments have to belong to different memberships. In this particular case, it's a vacancy from someone belonging to the airport commercial community. That's the vacancy that's currently open. So the applicant must be a member of that group.
Mr. Assistant District Attorney, can you tell us if the other 2 applicants fall into that group? I read their bios, and I mean, I think that's a little general, what can and can't fall into that.
If I may, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. That's the great part about my job is I don't set policy. You determine as a board collectively whether you think they fill that qualification as a member of, in this case, the airport commercial community.
Okay, so I don't think that I was asking you to set policy. I was trying to get a legal answer from you. But look, this is a very, very difficult decision for me because I really like all 3 of these applicants. When Mr. Gardner came before the board before, I felt bad he didn't get appointed. I thought he would be a great person. Mr. Robbins, I've known him since the time I moved here, and I got great respect for him and his enthusiasm. In fact, I think he's already out at the advisory at the airport now working, right? He took off? That was a joke, Mr. Robbins. I think you'd be great too. But from what I can tell, if all 3 candidates are still available, the fact that Mr. Chapman, one, went out to every business and spoke with them to find out what their needs are and what he can do to make it a better decisions, I think that speaks volumes for his desire to do this. He's also had several people that have involved in the airport that has come out and recommended him, and that should carry some weight also. So I would go with him if he's eligible. But again, me determining eligibility is a legal decision. I've been told by Mr. Chairman, Mrs. Vice Chairman, that I shouldn't be doing that stuff. So I'm leaving that to you.
Any further comments from the board? All right. I believe we've already had public comment on this. And saying that, I need a motion from the board.
All right, guys. You can argue amongst yourselves who's going to make the motion. I'll make it. Let me get back to the verbiage. Okay, I make a motion to appoint Mr. Chapman to the Airport Advisory Committee as representative from the airport commercial community for the unexpired term of Brian Clark from February 15th, 2024 through December 31st of 2024.
Well, I've already tipped my hat, so I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further comment from the board?
I find compelling reasons to go with Mr. Chapman and with Mr. Gardner. And the real one question we've already discussed is Mr. Chapman a member of the commercial community at the airport? And in my mind, I'm going to say by virtue of his efforts to become so, by virtue of his outreach and his relationship and his commitment to continue that, I'm comfortable supporting the motion.
Any further comment? Seeing none, I bring it back for the vote. All those in favor of Mr. Chapman, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? 5-0. Congratulations, Mr. Chapman.
Wherever you are.
Okay, now for the fun one. For possible action, discussion and review of Douglas County Clerk's Certificate of Insufficiency issued on the initiative petition amending Douglas County Development Code Title 20, Section 2.622, Lake Tahoe Home Rentals, VHRs, the ordinance to the petitioners committee. Our county controller, clerk controller, everything, Amy Bergens.
Chairman, thank you. This appeal or review of the Certificate of Insufficiency was submitted by the Petitioners Committee, and I will yield to them to present their case.
Thank you. All right, for the people who have brought their case against the county recorder, please step forward.
Are we ready?
The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Chair Rice and members of the commission, thank you for having us today. My name is Cynthia Mohuden. I think some of you remember me from the Justice of the Peace application process. I've been actively involved with this petition since before it got started. I was not listed as an official petitioner because I was going through that process at that time. Some folks in the community know me as an attorney. Just to be clear, I am not a Nevada licensed attorney. I am not here representing anyone today except for myself as a citizen and a member of this committee that's worked very hard on this initiative. I want to start by saying this has been a rewarding experience, and this has brought together people of opposite political perspectives to work on this issue close to our home, and it means a lot to us. But that being said, that is not exactly why we are here today. Neither the Certificate of Insufficiency and or the memo from Douglas County District Attorney's Office has addressed the issue of NRS 295-2603. The county clerk disqualified 231 signatures based on the alleged code of signature not a match. Pursuant to the statute, that is not a sole basis for disqualifying a signature. Am I getting feedback here, or is that just in my head? No. Okay. Those 231 signatures alone would render a petition sufficient such that it should go on the ballot. The clerk has provided no information about these 231 signatures that would provide an additional reason to cast doubt on their validity, i.e. that the 231 voters sign and that they are actual Douglas County voters. There's some duplicative language that mirrors that in NRS 293-1277, but I don't want to bore you too much with voluminous statutes. Ms. Gilbert's working on that one. As the clerk states in the agenda packet, page 386, there is no opportunity in Nevada law to cure those signatures. She's correct. The reason for that is an alleged non-matching signature in and of itself is not a basis for disqualification pursuant to NRS 295-260 sub 3. Yet the clerk relied on this non-matching basis to disqualify 231 signatures, thus rendering the petition insufficient. That 231 would easily get us over the line. We're only 112 short. There's other issues out there, but I want to make that crystal clear that those 231 get us way over the line, more than 100. And those are real human beings, by the way. They are real people, and at least two of them, to my knowledge, are here today. One of them is Ben Johnson, and I personally collected his signature, so I can vouch that I saw him stand there on the side of the road and sign it next to his truck. And another one is a gentleman named Mike Knowles, and he's one of my neighbors on Orion. He lives on Orion Lane up in Tahoe Village, and my husband collected his signature. You will hear from them shortly. So these are real people who really signed the petition. Furthermore, there's been a lack of transparency with this process, which honestly surprised me. I did not expect that. I went into this process, people call me the eternal optimist, naive at times, but I see the good in people. That's who I am. And sadly, it didn't pan out that way. The witnessing issue was, I think, more contentious and unnecessary than it needed to be. The treasurer clerk did not allow the petitioners to properly witness the signature verification process. Witness means to see with one's own eyes and hear with one's own ears. The petitioners initially were told that they could only witness via a live stream, which had no audio. And I personally watched this live stream a lot. I didn't get much out of it. You can't, it's grainy, there's no audio. There's really not much to seeing that live stream, and eventually I quit watching. Jeannie Shishiro, who's with us here today, she was the petitioners committee member that witnessed, and she sat in the hallway. And if you watched the live stream at all, you could see her feet. They were in the hallway, and she was in a chair. And she couldn't, in a doorway, so she couldn't really hear or see what was really going on. It was very difficult for her to know what was really happening. So she didn't really know anything until we got the certificate of insufficiency. At the end of each day, things seemed like they were going just fine. Again, I'll refer you to ORS 295-290, which states, which has the NRS for the allowing a witness determination. In addition to this NRS 295-290, it says that she should be able to witness the determination of the total number of signatures and the examination of the signatures.
For 1 second.
What?
Where on 290 is a witness, the language, what the witness can be able to do or not do?
I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Someone's got it on, so I can't talk.
Sorry, I have a hearing aid.
That's a joke. It's just a joke. You mentioned in there that there's a statute that deals with the requirement that the witnesses can monitor what's going on. What statute was that?
That is NRS 295-290.
There's a.
I'm not done.
There's another one.
Yeah, I'll get there. I'm getting there. So, and that statute, I was reading the agenda item, talks about a witness, and it seems to imply the singular. However, there's a contradictory statute that talks about verification of signatures in the NAC. And that says that NAC is 293.183, and that says verification of signatures on certain petitions. And it talks about the clerk's ability to be, I don't think there's any allegation that this petitioners committee never conducted themselves as well-behaved adults, that we intended to go in there and be reasonable and not disruptive and just observe. But that statute does give the clerk some authority, but that does say that in addition to the person who are authorized to witness the verification of signatures of a petition pursuant to NRS 293.1277, which has a lot of language that's virtually identical, I mentioned it earlier, to 295-260 sub 3. That says, this is referring to the clerk, limit the number of persons who may witness the verification process to not more than 2 persons. This clerk limited it to 1 person. So that's an interesting issue that I think you all should be aware of. There is an NAC that says that the clerk may limit it, but to not more than 2, and she limited it to not more than 1. So that kind of brings me to, where am I here? The issue of, the witness issue and the lack of transparency was frankly a little disheartening to me personally to watch. I'm speaking for myself now. We had to push back. Initially, we were told the witness could not come at all, and then she was in the hallway, and the live stream has no audio. So we got through all of that, and then in the middle of that, we decided to do a FOIA request, which was sent by myself on January 31st. The 5 business days was around February 5th or 6th, and Ms. Bergens initially did comply with that, and that she sent me some things by that date. But one of the things she left off, there were 2 things, but one that is of particular importance, as Commissioner Tarkanian mentioned it today. Where is it? It was basically the signature packets. And we needed copies of the signature packets after they were submitted. 1, we didn't copy them because you're not allowed to remove the staple, and 2, it wouldn't have done us any good anyway. Because those signature packets, which I finally got at 4:50 p.m. yesterday, but I'm jumping ahead, have the code next to them for each sign-or. It has their voter ID number and then the code. So A is accept, SN is signature not match, and AD is address, and there's a few other ones in there. So we needed that from the clerk's office because obviously those codes were not on there when we submitted them. So after the 5 days was up and she said she didn't have time to copy, I accepted that. It's a lot. It's a lot of pages. So I emailed her on Super Bowl Sunday, and I said, I'm going to come in on Tuesday, that was 2 days ago, February 13th, to inspect those because we needed to know where our errors are. When you're in school and you flunk a test, you get it back, and the teacher tells you, here's where your mistakes are. You look at that and you say, okay. And some mistakes are probably really mistakes. None of us are sitting here are perfect. But our mistakes are not 574. So we wanted to look at that, and we wanted to prepare for today's meeting so that we could adequately address those issues with you. And I did show up on Tuesday as promised, so I gave her a full business day's notice on Monday to get it together. I didn't just show up and demand it. I get people are busy. I'm not going to be rude. That's not who I am. And she turned me away Tuesday at about 11:55 a.m., and I left. So I thought, okay, we're not going to get them. That's just the way it is. Wasn't happy about it. And then lo and behold, out of the blue, I was actually sitting down to type some of the things up I'm reading from right now. Yesterday, I also procrastinated and wasn't starting until late in the day. And boom, there it is on my inbox, and it's a boatload of pages. I couldn't even, someone else might be better qualified than me. It's thousands of pages. And at that point, Ms. Bergen was extraordinarily gracious, offered to meet me.
What time again?
4:50 p.m. is when it showed up in my inbox. And I'm technologically challenged, so I didn't get the code right away. But again, Ms. Bergens did answer her phone. She was extraordinarily courteous and helped me. She said, look in your spam folder. There it was. And I did get them. But at that point, I didn't have a whole lot of time. And she offered to allow Ms. Sheetsiro to come last night, and her husband, I believe, came and picked up the USB drive. At that point, I live at the top of Kingsbury, and it was snowing very heavily at that point in time. So that is not a sole issue, but I feel like the lack of transparency was unnecessary and really clouded my view of the process. I went into this expecting it to be fair, and I no longer feel that that is what happened because of my own personal experiences. And I will tell you, I am not one to judge in that manner lightly. I know we're all trying our best, we're all doing our working our hardest, but the fact that we didn't get those signature packets yesterday until 4:50 p.m., and I didn't think we were getting them at all, and just the way the witness thing, I think, is a lack of transparency, and I just want to make this board aware. So the other issue that I think needs some discussion is the 124 address discrepancy errors. So the petitioners initially followed the Model Secretary of State's form. The statute says, I haven't looked at that one lately, but basically that the voter needs to sign and put their current or their address. I don't think it says current, it just says address.
Residential address.
Thank you. Residential address. Only. It doesn't say must match your voter address. It doesn't say anything. So as I'm collecting signatures and I'm handing, the public a clipboard, It's not my place to tell them what their address is. I'm just like, hi, will you sign this? And if they say no, I say, okay, have a nice day. If they say yes, I hand them the clipboard. They have an opportunity to read everything that's on there. They see the box to print their name, they print their name, they see the box to sign, and they fill in the address box. And then we did an audit and realized there was a handful, by a handful, I mean more than 100, but less than 200 signatures, that the address didn't match. But all of the addresses, just to be crystal clear, are Douglas County addresses. These are not people that are from, Carson City or California. We did have some new folks come in, but there were 4 of those. I did register 2 people from California that lived here to vote, but that's neither here nor there. So these are people that there is no doubt in our minds, and I don't think the clerk's mind either, that these are Douglas County residents. It's just, do they live at 123 Main Street in Gardnerville, or do they now live on Pineview Estates in Minden? Does that really matter? It doesn't, because they are legitimate Douglas County voters and they deserve to be heard. And we know this because each and every one of them, to my knowledge, has a voter ID number that is associated with Douglas County. So when this issue came up at a meeting, and I asked Ms. Bergen some questions, and she was her usual kind and helpful self, and she answered some of my questions, and I had some concerns, and I followed them up on a phone call. And what she said to me, and it was fair, she said, I need to find the voter. And I'm like, okay, I get it. Like, if I got John Smith, we need to know, does he live on Main Street or First Street or somewhere else? So as a committee, we discussed this issue and decided we wanted to be helpful to the clerk. So if they wrote in an address that didn't match their address, but again, these are all Douglas County addresses, they're registered voter address. We wrote, some folks, not myself, but wrote that in so that she could look at 123 Main Street or 456 First Street, so that she could see that John Smith lives at one of these 2 addresses, is registered to vote, and is an actual Douglas County voter, and has not left the county during this time period in question.
I'm a little confused, so
Sure.
if you can clarify. They signed the petition to put an address down.
Mhm.
Are you saying those addresses are where they live now, but doesn't match with what they registered to do?
Correct.
And then you guys wrote in the addresses of where they were registered?
Yes.
Based on talking to Amy Bergen.
Yeah. So,
My microphone on, there it is. Anyways, you're telling me that you believe you have the authority to go in and alter addresses or add addresses to a document that has already been notarized?
no.
That's exactly what I just heard from you.
No, it was pre-notarization.
How do we know that?
You don't.
What proof do you have?
How,
What proof do you have that you did that before it was notarized? I am troubled that anybody could go into a document that I sign and alter my information
People-
on my behalf.
Okay, there-
Either before or after it's notarized.
Okay. Sure.
Did you alter the document?
No.
No,
You just added language,
Yes.
right?
Thank
Yes.
you.
Okay,
Yes.
So it wasn't altered.
Yes,
So
and
when these documents get notarized, when
Mm-hmm.
these documents get notarized, do they get notarized after you sign the first person on the petition?
no, they
How
get
about the
signed
no,
after it's all
You're
done.
killing my cross-examination.
Sorry.
Do they notarize them after the first page? No. Then tell me, what proof do you have that somebody signed that first page if the notary wasn't there to sign it?
The circulator signs the last page that says I, and when it was mine,
All right, so
I, Cynthia
just-
Mohuden, witnessed all these 50 or 51 people.
So to cut to
sign.
the chase, they don't sign verifying that those signatures were signed in their presence, only that the circular, whoever it is collecting the petitions, signed off on it, and he notarizes that.
Correct. Thank you for the question. So just to clarify, that there is nothing wrong with helping people fill it out. You can print someone's name, you can print someone's address, and people help people all the time. The one box no one should ever touch other than the signor is the signor. So sometimes husbands and wives would be there together and they'd be like, oh, I'll sign it for you. And I'd be like, no, no, no. So sometimes a wife would fill it out for her husband, sometimes a husband would fill it out for his wife, but as long as the actual signor signed it. So when it was John Smith's turn, John Smith signed, but maybe Mary Smith filled out his address. That's okay. People do that all the time. The signatures belong to the voters. And there is no doubt about that, and that's what the signor is certifying. So the second address was there to help clarify in case that the clerk couldn't find them. There was no altering of the document.
So, Ms. Mohedin, I just recently participated in the Douglas County Republican caucus. And during that caucus period, last Thursday night, a week ago, I personally distributed petitions for folks to sign in regards to putting on the ballot a mandatory voter ID on the ballot for November, okay? There was individuals who were elderly and did not have the ability to necessarily write in their addresses, but their husband or their wife, their spouse, took that opportunity and asked, and as I understand, it's proper for us to allow that process. We can do that, okay? However, to go back into a document afterwards, and that's what this appears to be, is afterwards, and put additional addresses in without necessarily the signer of that document knowing that that was being done is extremely troubling. I just want to, that's my observation.
I understand that, and there is no prohibition to doing that, and the point was to help connect the voter to the rolls. That was the only, we were trying to be helpful to the clerk, that is all, and we didn't cross anything out, so that way they could look them up and confirm, and at that point, the clerk could have looked at the signature and done a matching. And so, the way these laws are written, I'm jumping ahead, but I'm just going to, there's different rules, and if you read them all, I can't do that all for you all now. But the tendency of the law on my read is to, like tie goes to the voter. The benefit of the doubt should go to the voter, not to invalidate the voter. And if you read the laws and you take them as a whole, I think that is clear. So if there was an address discrepancy, let's say, and there was a second address and the clerk had concerns about that, then look at the signature. And if the signature didn't match and the address didn't match, that's 2 strikes. That would be a fair disqualification, I believe. However, only a signature not match or only an address not match, but each individually should not disqualify. The point of the address was only to help identify the voter and help the clerk make sure she could find the voter ID number. That is all. And the clerk still has the signature in front of her to assess whether or not this is a real signature. Now, again, if the clerk saw the address wasn't right and the signature wasn't right, that's fair. That's a fair strikeout, I believe. However, that's not what happened. Every single code that we haven't had these documents for much more than 12 hours. There is only, and in the spreadsheet that she originally sent did have voter ID numbers, so we had some clue, but we didn't have names without cross-referencing them ourselves, has only one code. So there is no second code. So it is the clerk's job then to look at the signature. And again, if the address didn't match and the signature didn't match, fair, but that's not what happened. We had signature not matching 231, address not matching 124, without even looking at the signature. If that signature is correct, and one of the 2 addresses correct, you found your voter, and that voter signed. Is the issue here to throw this out on technicalities, or is the issue to verify that these are real humans? And they are. So I'll just leave that there. But again, even if you throw out those 124, you still got the 231. So that's a separate issue, and your concerns, Commissioner Gardner, are fair. They are fair questions, and it's fair to ask them, and that's what transparency is all about, and we should answer them, and that's okay. That's why we're here today. But again, there's no prohibition in the law, and I want to address the cure process.
Well, Ms. Mohedin, I'm looking at NRS 205-125 right now. And I'm looking at
what?
205-125. Okay? 205-125, misconduct in signing, filing, and altering petitions and penalties. Item number 2, paragraph number 2 specifically states, "A person shall not willfully add to, revise, or alter any petition with the intent to falsify the name or any information concerning the age, citizenship, or residence of another person who signs the petition. A person who violates the provisions of this subsection is guilty of a Category D felony and shall be punished as provided in NRS 193130. Each addition, revision, or alteration of a petition in violation of this subsection, whether related to a single petition or multiple petitions, constitutes a separate offense." So I don't see any ambiguity there.
Thank you. Did you falsify any of those documents?
Absolutely not.
And isn't there language in what Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Gardner just stated that said you can't do it to falsify the document?
That's what I
You
heard,
can't
but I
just
haven't read the
leave out
statute,
most
so it's hard for
important-
me to comment.
You can't leave out the most important word of the statute and then imply some type of criminal conduct by these people. That statute is written so people don't intentionally commit fraud in collecting initiatives. It's not written to criminally punish petitioners who go out and put an updated address, or maybe it's a backdated address because it's what they did.
It's the registered voter. It's attaching the address to the voter versus
Which is
what
what
they
they
put.
were when they registered. And I guess I could ask the county clerk or register a vote attorney, are you guys aware of any of these additional signatures, or has any work been done that these additional signatures are fraudulent? I mean, I'm sorry, addresses are fraudulent, they're not accurate?
Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. As Deputy DA Cynthia Gregory indicated, there'll be a full response by the county clerk after the applicant's presentation. I do want to remind everyone, one, these are voluntary statements. These are not compelled statements. And secondly, if any of the commissioners would like to make any disclosures under Nevada's ethics rules, probably now would be a good time to do that.
Mr. Chairman, the key word in what Commissioner Gardner said was intent to fraud. Key two words in there. He went on and on and on about what the crime is and what it's going to be punishable by. Was there intent to charge? All right.
We don't know whether or not there was intent or not.
I'm supposed to, my assistant district attorney told me yesterday or Tuesday that I should disclose my involvement in this. I don't think it's necessary. In fact, Commissioner Hale's husband worked for the law firm that's filing this lawsuit, and she didn't disclose it during the most important part of the meeting. But I'll disclose this just to satisfy our assistant district attorney. I had held a meeting suggesting that an initiative be brought forward to put it before the vote of the people to determine whether VHR should be there or not. I did not agree with the language of this petition. I made this known to the petitioners. I have never said I thought we should ban VHRs where there's high tourism activity, which this one does. I think there's a solution around it. I didn't go out and collect signatures. I did sign the petition, and that's my disclosure.
I'll disclose. My husband worked with a law firm and has not worked with them for over a year and was not a shareholder or partner. He was an independent contractor with that law firm. And that law firm has brought a lawsuit regarding the ban on Cave Rock, which is somewhat related to this, I guess. So I really feel the independent judgment of a reasonable person would not be affected by just the situation involving my disclosure, and therefore I will not be abstaining.
Anybody else like to confess? Okay. All right, let's
should I
bring it
continue?
back to the presenter.
Okay,
And
thank you.
if you would finish your case, and it's approaching the 12 o'clock hour, so.
All right, so just to reiterate, our affidavit of certification, all of our collectors certified that the 50 or 51, or however, anywhere from 1 to 51 voters that were on said packet, they personally witnessed, and they swore in front of a notary that they personally witnessed each and every one of those people sign. And there is no allegation, to my knowledge, that that is not the case. So there's that. And then I want to address the issue to cure. The clerk relied on NAC 293-185 to say she allowed voters to cure. This curing process is a false flag. First, because there's no doubt that these are actually Douglas County voters. I have not heard anyone say that these voters were not, in fact, actual Douglas County voters who actually signed. That's one. Two, she inserted a voter ID requirement, which, as you correctly pointed out, it used to be being the chair, Commissioner Gardner, that there is no Nevada voter ID requirement right now. There is no basis in the law in NRS or NAC to require a voter to produce ID to vote or to sign a petition. So this extra requirement served as a deterrent. And I can say that I personally contacted one of the signers. It was not someone whose signature I collected, and informed him that he was on the list, and I informed him about the form, and he indicated a willingness to do it. I circled back and asked him if he did it, and he said no, and he was not going to because he didn't want to submit his driver's license. And I said, okay, that's your prerogative. I can't, And so that was absolutely a deterrent, and there was no basis in the law for that deterrent. And no one has come forward that was on our petition that said, oh, I didn't sign this. There was no falsification of signatures. I think there was one withdrawal, but no falsification. And again, this opportunity to cure has the verification of signatures in NAC 293-185 has a clause. In subsection 2 of that, it says, it starts out with a county clerk shall not verify any signature who has been notified of a discrepancy pursuant to subsection 1 unless the person demonstrates the satisfaction of the clerk that the person is a registered voter of the state, county, district, or municipality which is applicable for the ballot question or office that is subject to the petition. So their signature, and again, we're assuming the signature matches, and if they didn't, that was not coded. So assume for the sake of argument, their signature matches and their voter ID is valid Douglas County voter. That should be enough to validate that signature. So moving on to, I thought we would be presenting second and would be offering rebuttal to the district attorney. Now I find out they're going to go next. I hope we have a chance to offer brief reply to anything they say, but I do want to say something about what was in the agenda packet, which was the financial impact. I thought that was interesting, and I felt it was odd and out of place. We are not here today, and I want to make this crystal clear, to talk about whether or not we like or don't like the VHR initiative. Commissioner Tarkanian mentioned it's not how he would have wrote it. He did not write it. I did. I was one of the authors. Ms. Gilbert did. And we wrote it based on what we felt was best. Now, you don't have to agree with us. It's okay. You don't even have to like us. But what you do have to do is respect the 4,852 voters, approximately. Now, maybe there was a few, there probably was a small number of invalids, but it was well over what was required. The 4,500 easily plus voters that said, I want this on the ballot. That is who you are disenfranchising if you do not move this forward to the ballot. And that is what is most important here. Are we going to allow the voters to speak? And is there any doubt that we collected enough signatures? I would submit to you with the 231, that alone gets us there. So if you don't like what we did with the addresses and you throw them out, that doesn't change the fact that we still got there. We still believe that that was a valid thing to do, again, to offer the clerk an additional piece of information to help her find the voter. Because when I spoke to her, now maybe I misunderstood, my understanding was she needed data to find the voter. And there was no falsification as to who said voters were. I just want to reiterate that. If this goes on the ballot and the initiative is voted down, the commission will have a mandate. The people will have spoken. And then you are free to do whatever you want with VHRs. You can say, hey, we let the voters decide, the petitioners lose, we have a green light to go. And if the petitioners are correct that a majority of Douglas County voters do not want this VHR businesses in their residential neighborhoods, then the people's will should be honored. The commission has been, batting this football around for years, and everyone is still angry. Nobody's happy. You've got a lot of angry people out there. I talk to a lot of them. They're angry up in the township. They're angry down in the valley. In the valley, one of the lines that got people to vote was, well, they would be like, well, we don't really understand this issue. We live in the valley. And I go, well, I get it, And I said, we don't feel that the county commissioners are listening to us. And we would like the voters to decide. And I can't tell you at that point how many people I couldn't hand them the clipboard fast enough. Yep. That resonated with people over and over again. And some people even said to me, I don't know if I agree with you. I said, okay. And they said, but you're right, this should go on the ballot. I said, great, and here you go, and sign it. And so this is the time people need to speak on this issue. And the voters and the number of signatures we collected reflects that. Putting this on the ballot benefits this board because it allows you to move forward one way or another with a clear mandate from your citizens, your constituents. Some of you are up for re-election. Do you really want to tell your constituents that you're not interested in what they have to say on this issue? Because enough of them have weighed in. And I also think it benefits the county clerk, because then she will no longer be seen as disenfranchising voters. And most importantly, this will benefit the citizens of Douglas County, because it will give each and one of them an opportunity to express their opinion. There is no guarantee if this goes on the ballot, we're going to win. We know that. But what we do know is people are fed up and people have a variety of opinions and want to be heard. The only people that benefit from keeping this off the ballot are the VHR owners, who are profiting from commercial enterprises in residential neighborhoods, and a majority of whom, if you look at the permit holder list, are not Douglas County residents. Many of them are out of state. They are using our residential neighborhoods to run their commercial enterprises. So do they want us to vote? Of course not. They don't want to run the risk of losing their business. But that's not what this is about. This is about a core democracy. And do you want your people to be heard? Or do you want to come up with 574 technicalities to tell people, I don't care what you think? So again, I ask that you take a hard look at this, especially the 231. Those are real people. You're going to hear from a couple of them today. Take this issue off your plate. Let the people decide. Let the people vote. Thank you. Oh, yes.
All right, there's three of you. I gave you 20 minutes, and you've used up almost all of that. So if you would,
I'll be really quick.
if you would continue, please.
Sure. Yes, my name is Nancy Gilbert, and I'm one of the collectors of signatures as well, and got to really familiarize myself with Douglas County voters, going door to door. A huge group of us did, from basically September until about mid-November before the snow flied and before people stopped opening their doors. So in terms of Ms. Hale's comment that we should have gotten more, we actually audited the ones that we did get, and we found that we had plenty at that time, and people stopped opening their doors because it was cold. So, and we had a lot of volunteers, but we had enough. We spent a month and a half actually auditing these signatures to verify that we had enough, and we carefully did that for days at a time. So I want to point that out. Number two is the protocols. I asked for the protocols before from Ms. Bergens before they start the process of verifying the signatures, and the process is verifying signatures, not addresses. But I asked her for the protocols. I gave her information on a sheet of paper with questions that was not answered, and she refused to answer it. Giving us information about how she was going to conduct the procedure of evaluating the signatures, which is what the statute says. We did get it later on afterwards, and I think it's very telling in terms of the procedure that we got. The procedure that, the instructions for the signature verifiers in Douglas County, first of all, I was appalled that they made Miss Jeannie basically sit in the hallway behind, basically outside of a doorway that she could not even see in. She was behind a chained area on a folding chair. I thought that that was shocking to me. We were in a hallway with a grainy, on a grainy screen, and we couldn't see or observe anywhere. The other issue is that there was another location where they had early elections. They could have moved that information to another location so that Miss Jeannie could come into the room and actually witness and observe what the statute requires. But second of all, the protocols. The protocols in the instructions, and I have them here from the clerk, county clerk, it says, first of all, verify that you've got a registered voter, number one. So they found him, and so that's a verification. Number two, once you find the registered voter in the power profile, what does it say? It says go to the address and see if you can disqualify under the address. It doesn't say check the signature. So you go to the address first, and then if the address doesn't match, then they say, then you go and it says, if the address does not match, move on to confirming the signature. If the signature matches, then the voter is considered and address doesn't match on the petition and they disqualify. So they went to the address. They should have gone to the signature first. If they had gone to the signature, they would have stopped there and they would have found a valid registered voters there. They went instead and tried to find mismatched addresses first because it says that if the it says, then they go, next step is to check, it says check the voter's signature on the petition. So they got it backwards. They should have checked are they a registered voter? That's a criteria, and if you mark yes, that's valid. If the signature matches, number two, you're done. But they didn't, they went to address only. So that's how they disqualified. And then it later went to the signature. So that's inconsistent with the statutes. So finally, the other thing is on the addresses that they did disqualify, we had people that abbreviated North Fork Trail to NFT, and they were disqualified. We had people that put Hope instead of Hopi Court, Hope Court versus Hopi Court, disqualified. We had people where I can't tell you how many, where they disqualified because there was a father and a son that had the same name, and they disqualified on the wrong address because they got the wrong father and son with the same name. I mean, we could go on for days on this, guys. This is a lot of disqualifications on addresses that are really problematic. I have also people in my neighborhood that signed the petitions, their address or their signatures were disqualified, and I'm going to submit this. They're writing letters to you saying, that's my signature. We have more to come because we just got the list. But people are outraged to find out that, and I'll submit this in the record, that one of them is Brad Oneto, who was on the sanitation district for Zephyr Cove. He's on this list where they disqualified him because of his signature. His signature is saying, this is my signature. And we have more coming in. So I think the process really didn't feel like, it felt like there was an intent to find a way to disqualify your registered voters. And I will finish with this. We walked neighborhoods for 3 months, over 3 months. I can tell you, people want their voice to be heard. They want this issue on the ballot. They want a discussion. They don't want this issue taken away from them. They don't want to be disenfranchised. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further? Turn your microphone on.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. I forgot to mention this earlier, this is right when questions came in. People in the Tahoe Township do not get mail at their addresses. So their actual address doesn't matter as much to them as it does to people here in the valley. So, and it's a transient community, so people move all the time and don't update their addresses. And it's just, and there were a lot of a lot of them up there, and I'm not saying they should, the law says you should, but they just don't, and that's reality of life up there, that some people don't even remember their address. They're like, what's my address again? Because we all use our P.O. boxes to get mail unless it's from Amazon or something. So I just want to make sure that's in the record. Go ahead, Jeannie. They'll turn it on for you, I believe.
Oh, okay. I want to say that, yes, we got these signature packets yesterday at 5, 6 o'clock, whatever you want to say, because that's when I got home. And my husband, David Nelson, and I, we compared the 231 signatures that we say that didn't match. And even though we are well aware that the error coding on clerk sheets said that the signatures didn't match, and that's the only thing it said. It did not give a second error code. We went back, David and I did, to see was there anything else wrong with that particular signer other than the claim that the signature didn't match. And out of the 231 signatures didn't match, 2 of them had a second error of some sort. 2 of them. So they absolutely cannot, after the fact, say, oh, there were other errors related to that signer. No, there weren't. There really weren't. And I just want to make sure that the commissioner understands that the signature not matching without a second reason, a second substantiation, does not apply to NRS. And we got a copy of the video training that they did for signature verification. It was not signature verification for initiatives and referendums. It was Nevada State's training on mail-in ballots, the rules for signature verification for mail-in ballots and curing if there is a discrepancy is not the same as the signature verification for initiative and petitions. I can hardly wait to hear what the district attorney's office is going to say about that. Thank you.
Mr. Go ahead.
All right, ladies, are you all in?
Can I offer these letters, 2 of them of my neighbors?
You give it to the court clerk, please.
And their signatures are their signatures.
Just an observation. It seems to me that the process involved in curing, or whatever you want to call it, qualifying, was intended to disqualify rather than qualify. And for that reason, I will vote appropriately.
We're not at that point.
Hey,
All right,
Mr. Chairman.
If you're,
Can I
sir,
take a 5-minute break? Because this is going to be at least a
I
half
was
hour.
about to say, Amy, I'm sorry, Ms. Bergens, forgive us, we're going to take 10 minutes, and then you're on. Thank you. We'll be in recess for 10. Okay, if we can all get together again, we'll get this thing started. All right, I need to let everybody know, after we're done with this item, we're going to take a 1-hour lunch break. We tried taking a shorter lunch break before, and it didn't go over too well. So we'll take a full hour so that everybody can run to wherever they're going and actually eat their sandwich. So with that, we will call this back to order. And with the caveat that as soon as this item is over, we will be breaking for lunch. So, having said that, Madam Clerk Recorder.
Clerk Treasurer, but I'll take it. Thank you, Amy Bergens, Douglas County Clerk Treasurer. Let me just start by saying that I'm not here to defend myself, as I do not believe that I need to. I'm here today to explain the process, along with my observations throughout that process. I did my job by following the letter and the intent of the law, ensuring that any question that I had was answered by the Douglas County District Attorney's Office, the Secretary of State's Office, and the Attorney General's Office. I was professional every step of the way to ensure that Douglas County was represented by my office. I would also like to say how professional and dedicated my staff are. Not only were we in the middle of the presidential preference primary, but we also needed to ensure that this petition was handled with the utmost regard. My staff and I worked through from the day this petition was submitted to ensure that we gave the time and attention to both of the difficult tasks that were in front of us by putting in long hours to include early mornings, late nights, and full weekends. We understood the importance of this petition to the citizens of Douglas County and that it was our responsibility to have no bias when following the law and verifying the signatures. We hold to the same standard in every aspect of our position, to include running the elections for Douglas County. All of my staff understand the importance of our role. It is unfortunate that the petition committee is not happy with the results of my office doing our job by following the law. Let me again state that no one on my staff wanted a certain outcome. Our intent was to follow the law, which was what we did. Every step of the signature verification was live streamed through YouTube. The petition never left the recorded live streamed election room, from the time it was dropped off at our office until the verification process was done and the certification was issued. Our intent in doing this was to be as transparent as possible. The petition committee was informed with advance notice every time we started the signature verification process so that they were able to witness in person the process. There are many steps that we took to go above and beyond the law to ensure transparency. This was done out of want and desire to ensure that the public was aware that our only objective was to follow the law. Multiple document packets were not notarized. My election administrator and myself are both notaries, and were able to spot the lack of sufficiency on the notarial block. It was unfortunate that these packets of 127 signatures were not able to be included, as I am sure that the desire of the signers of those packets was that they be included in the final count. However, the law is very clear that the packets must be notarized, and it is just unfortunate that it was not done correctly. During the training provided to my staff on signature verification, it has been impressed upon us that when we verify signatures, our intent is to find a reason to accept them, not a reason to invalidate them. The standards by which we signature verify is the same process we use during an election. The intent of the verification is to assume that the signer wanted to be included in the final count of the petition signers, and the only way that we have to verify that it was them that signed is to match their signature on the petition with every signature that we have in their voter registration file. There is no process under Nevada revised statute by which to cure a petition signature. so it is either a pass or a fail. As for the address discrepancies, we had a total of 142 petition signers that had addresses other than what was listed by the signer in the petition packet. Of the 142 discrepancies, 110 of those had additional addresses listed with either and or written in. These addresses were additions, revisions, changes, and alterations made to the petition. Instead of throwing out those 110 signers, we placed them on the address discrepancy list that was posted and updated on the front page of the Douglas County Elections website nightly, thereby giving the petition signer the opportunity to cure their address with my office. My office received 15 cures to the addresses listed in that process by the deadline of February 6, 2024 by 5 p.m. After the deadline for cures of addresses, it was determined that there were 4,852 signatures submitted, 1 signature removed per the request of the signer, 4,851 signatures examined, 574 addresses rejected, 4,277 signatures accepted. The petition committee needed 4,389 signatures in order for the certificate of sufficiency. They were short of meeting that requirement. Therefore, the night of February 6, 2024, I provided a certificate of insufficiency to the petition committee via email and certified mail.
So Cynthia Gregory from the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. I have a very brief presentation, and then if you have questions, both Amy and I are happy to answer those. A reoccurring theme is, was the law followed? That's what you're here to decide, not for a petition, against the petition, was the law followed? And unlike the petitioner's committee, which says, oh, look at this NRS, but oh, also look at this NRS, we don't get to pick and choose which NRSs to follow. We must follow the law. And in this case, the law was followed. Some people may disagree with the law. I get it, but that's an issue for your legislature. That's not an issue to be debated here or to impact the decision that you have to make today with regards to this. I think it's also important to note that the people of Douglas County elected Amy as clerk. Her duty as clerk is to do an independent review. She is the independent reviewer. It's not the petitioner's committee. Obviously, they're going to look at it with an eye towards approving. People who are opposed are going to look at it with an eye towards disqualification. But she has been elected as the independent viewer. And as you heard her say, just as when there's abstention and disclosure here, the law says we really want you to disclose but not abstain because we want you to vote. That same is true in this case. Yes, you look at the signatures, you look at everything in its totality because the law is set up so that, yes, they do want rather to qualify than disqualify. So just very quickly, there was some suggestion with regards to the notarization, and so we just wanted to make sure that this was included, and you have this to make your basis. 4 documents were disqualified based on notarial issues. Now, Nevada Constitution says that an affidavit is required, but that affidavit has to be done by a person who's properly notarized. And in this case, the Notarial Act requires 3 things: a signature of the notary, a stamp, and the notarial language, which says subscribed and sworn to me. It should be right here. It is not. You can see it in this one. I'm trying to circle it. So in this one, you will note the language is here. It was actually written in where it was not before. You do have the stamp, but there's no signature. This is the third one. Again, here you can see that the language is typed in. You have the stamp, but again, it is not signed. This last one is you do see that there's the language subscribed and sworn. There's the signature, but there is no stamp. Now, you've heard a lot about the address discrepancies, and so I just want to point out some examples. So in this case, what you can see is that the signator wrote in their address on Rubicon Way, and you can see the document has in fact been altered because a second address has been added, 84 McFall Way. And I think you actually heard the petitioners committee admit that they did this. It is quite concerning. It wasn't just done one time, but here again, you see the address, and then you see the second address. I don't think they had two residents. You have one residence for purposes of voting. Print your residence only. Again, Daggett, you can see here and. You'll notice the similarities between these photographs and the addition of the language. Again, and in the same 137 Kale Drive, 279 Bulls. Also, what you'll notice is they don't put their P.O. box, surprisingly, because we pretty much all know where we live. In order to get a P.O. box, you annually have to verify it through the post office to prove you actually have a physical address to get that P.O. box. If you're doing it in order to file your taxes and driver's license, I know that I have a P.O. box and I know where I live, my physical address. Here's another one, 237 McFall Way. This one says or, state line. Here's another one, Zephyr Cove, 157 Holly Lane, and then added in was this Cloudbuster Drive. Also, what's interesting, I know Commissioner Tarkanian questioned Ms. Muhudin if she added these in, and she did not. But what's curious is she said, I had them fill it out. I signed the circular in front of a notary. So when did the change occur? She allowed somebody else to alter the document? So that does raise concerns, and it is quite concerning. Additionally, with regards to all of this, I think it's important to note that the clerk didn't disqualify everything. Under the NAC and the NRS, it says the pages of the petition should be in consecutive order. And in fact, the petitioner said, yeah, they're stapled. We wouldn't want to pull them apart. Well, in this case, you'll notice that they're not consecutive in order. It's 1 through 9, 10 is missing, 2 is put in its place, and there's 11. But this wasn't disqualified by Ms. Bergens. She went a step further because she looked at internally, each signature box is consecutively numbered. And it was consecutively numbered even though the bottom of the pages were not. So she did go through this, and if there was substantial compliance, she qualified it. And this, again, is just to remind you that Nevada Constitution, in below it says the affidavit shall be executed before a person authorized by law to administer oaths in the state of Nevada. In those 4 instances, that did not occur. Again, on the frequently asked questions page of the Secretary of State, are both my stamp and my signature required? Yes. However, you also need to complete the notarial wording. With regards to signature verification, which they raised, so you've got to look at it in context. A statute, you don't pull out one sentence and say, this is what the law says. That's not even statutory construction. If you look, it says they shall examine the signatures, and they can use the file or list of registered voters maintained by his or her office. So you look at all the signatures contained within the file. And this is what Ms. Bergens did. If they were substantial, she did it. And then they go on to say the appearance of the signature, address, date included in the making of the determination. And what it doesn't say you just accept any old signature, whether it's close or not close. It says it doesn't have to exactly correspond, which is the intent of the law, right? Each signature, I might put a heart over my I one time and I don't on another. But that's not a basis to disqualify, and that's not what she did. But the address discrepancies are concerning, and because it's a Category D felony, And it's to, clearly, it was willfully. They admitted they did it. They altered the address. It's not just the signature. You can claim, well, with the intent or not intent. I don't know. I haven't asked them. I'm sure they will be asked. But it is concerning, and I will note that when this law was passed by the senator, part of passing this law, and this is in the legislative history, was that finally, this NRS provision is about integrity and respect. For our sacred right to petition, we hold our laws and the Constitution of the state of Nevada in high regard, and we expect no less from our citizen-driven petition process. And that's from the senator that sponsored the bill. Now, she didn't disqualify them entirely, which would have been reasonable. There's questions about whether this entire petition has been altered and revised, but she didn't do that. She took a reasonable and appropriate approach and said, there's concerns here. There may even be crimes. I don't know. That's for a separate entity to decide, but what she did do is to put it on the address discrepancy list and allow those people whose addresses were altered to come forward and say, yes, I signed it, here was my address. They also mentioned that there was going to be a gentleman that come up to talk about his signature. What's curious about that is that he also, when questioned his signature, and we provided him a copy of his signature on the petition, he noted, well, apparently I put my date of birth there and someone crossed it out and put the date. So clearly somebody changed the information he put in. That's all the presentation that I have, but I am happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Yes. My question has to do with signatures. And I believe that the 3 members of the committee who presented said that not having signatures match is not a basis to disqualify. And I see in the statute where it says if they don't have to be an exact match, but does it say anywhere in statute that the signature not matching is a basis to disqualify?
It's a statute that I put up. You look at the signature. If it doesn't qualify, if it's not a match, then you look at all 3.
I'm sorry, which statute are you saying?
The one I had up previously.
Well, you had different ones up previously, so why don't you just talk normal, and tell us which one we can look at so we can make a...
This is my questioning, if I may. I do want to, if you wouldn't mind pulling that back up, then
absolutely.
it will just be good for all of us to be on the same page. Okay, thank you. So this is 295-260. And the earlier, I have it up on my screen. So paragraph 1 says, if the total number of signatures on the petition is 500 or less, the county or city clerk shall examine every signature on the petition. And then it goes on with other languages about requiring, when is the clerk required to examine every signature on the page? So, and there's no argument that that wasn't followed. So the clerk examined every signature. So where in this statute does it say if the signatures are not able to be validated, that's a disqualification of that signature?
Do you want to address that? No, it's okay. You can. So with regards to that, that's part of the signature verification, is to verify it, the signature. It's in here as well as in the NAC. With regards to it, it's part of the process that they call it out.
Okay, so it's reasonable to say that because there's so much detail about validating signatures, that it's kind of a given that the signature has to be validated Otherwise, it's disqualified. Is that your,
That is correct. Otherwise, why would you have to verify?
exactly. What would the point of verification be if they could be qualified without?
Correct.
So let's think about the process if we take the signature verification out and we say, okay, as long as the name of the person and the address matches, then it doesn't matter what the signature looks like, then anyone could fill out anyone's information. It's the signature that we're using in order to verify that that is the person that put the rest of that information in.
That is the check to make sure that, and I'm not saying this happened here because I don't think it did, but that is the check so that people who want to qualify petitions don't just write their own, create their own. Yes, yes.
May
Okay,
I
thank
observe?
you.
May I observe also that, I mean, the same procedure is used when we go to vote. If our signature doesn't match something that's on the records, okay, then, and if I wasn't, that wasn't required, at least we have that in the state of Nevada. But if that weren't in place, then I could go vote for anybody that I wish to, and they would have to accept that. So I accept that argument, yes.
Okay. So I have a couple questions. I wanted to start in logical order, and I'm afraid if I jump away from the signatures, I'm going to lose it. I'm just going to go in the most logical order. Okay, here are the complaints from the petitioners. First and foremost, the first complaint was they weren't able to observe what was going on. You had one of the petitioners sit outside the door where they couldn't see or hear what was going on, and the video did not have volume. So I guess first from Ms. Gregory, how legally do you say that's okay? And second of all, to Ms. Bergen, why do you think that's fair to the public?
I'll go ahead and start by answering, and I might be able to answer the legality. This is something that we vetted, the definition of witness. Definition of witness is much different than the definition of observe, which we use regularly in the election process. So we sought clarification from the Attorney General and the Secretary of State's office, who stated that the live stream without audio was sufficient for witnessing. However, I allowed one of the petition committee via NRS 295.105, I believe, which states that one of the petition committee could witness, though we live streamed it. So therefore, the whole community could technically log in and watch what we were doing. Because the room that we were doing the verification of the signatures of the petition was part of the live election, the presidential preference primary, which was active at the time, because there were active live ballots that had been returned to us for that election. The policies and procedures put in place by my office is that no one is allowed in those rooms where an active election is being held unless they are a background checked employee of the county and with an election staff member. And it also goes on that we never are in those rooms alone. There are always 2 or more people in those rooms. This is put in place to ensure the integrity of the election.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's saying that you should have other people in there when you're getting mail-in ballots. So the obvious follow-up question is, and why didn't you go to count the ballots in another room? Is Douglas County short of rooms?
So yes, Douglas County is short of rooms, which is why you were kicked out of these chambers for the last month. We have to take over the board chambers during an election in order to do deconstruction. As you can see, there are no computers up here, there are no monitors. The room that we use downstairs is where we do the signature verification process, where we have all of the computers set up. We needed those same computers to be able to do the verification of the petition. And that's the room that we used.
Okay, so basically your position is it wasn't another room to verify these signatures.
And just to follow up on your question with regards to the witness, right? So witness is a different term than observation. And if you'll note, observation is more inclusive. But however, even in the Nevada.
Why is that? Is that
Yep.
legal?
Well,
legal
when the
definition?
legislature uses two different words, obviously they have different meanings. And witness just means to verify that it occurred. You could tell from the audio that, or the video, that it did occur. With regards to observation, even under observation, under the NACs, it says the term does not include viewing the personal information of a voter's ballot or the selections on the machine. And then also it goes on to say, listening to any conversation between election board officers.
Okay, so I'm not as close to Webster as you are. Observation of witness seems to be the same thing to me, but this isn't for me to decide. It's not going to be for you to decide. These are legal issues that the court will decide if the petition is filed. The legal the statute that takes precedence is 295.290, and it says the county clerk shall allow the person who submitted the petition or a member of the petitioners committee, if any, to witness. And number two, it says the examination of the signatures on the petition for verification. It's my understanding that through the live stream and also where the lady was sitting outside the door, she couldn't witness the examination of the signatures. She could just witness you guys examining the signatures, meaning basically she couldn't see the signatures, and they could hear why the signatures are being thrown out at the time. That's my understanding. Now, if I'm wrong, please tell me.
So after discussion with the Attorney General, the Secretary of State's office, and the District Attorney's office, witnessing is not participating.
Yeah.
She was not participating in verifying the signatures. She is not an employee of my office. She was witnessing the fact that we did it.
Yeah, I think what I was getting at is, and Amy, I discussed this with you before, I'm not taking any personal shots at you. I think this is going to be a decision that the court can decide. Do they think the person has a right to see the signatures being verified? That's to me what witnessing would be. I also think it's what observing would be. Or is it just enough that they could witness you guys doing it? But and it doesn't matter what the Attorney General says. That's why we have judges, and that can make that determination. Okay.
And that's correct. And I think in the last election round, that issue is thoroughly litigated, and there is case law on that.
But Cynthia,
and
you
so I
know
do
as well
believe
as I
it's been
know that this
decided.
isn't the same as verifying signatures in an election. You know that. So
No, this
be honest.
is, right, so it's even, I mean, it's,
No, it's-
witnessing is different.
Okay, let me ask you, Cynthia, where, can you?
Cynthia,
Miss Gregory.
thank you.
Miss Gregory, let me ask you a simple question. Can you cure a signature that was determined by the county clerk not to match in an election?
No.
Yes, you can.
In
Of
an
course you
election
can.
for voting, correct.
Well, that's what I
this
just-
wasn't a,
that's
I
what
mean,
I just said.
During an
Yes,
election.
you can.
Yeah.
Now, I think Ms. Bergens has stated, I won't call you Amy anymore, even though you're Amy to me. Ms. Bergens has told me that there is no cure for signatures in an initiative. Why is that?
You'd have to bring that up with the legislature. The remedy is to come back and redo the
Exactly.
petition.
Or common sense would say that they don't want you to be as strict on throwing out signatures in an initiative process because they're not allowing curing as there are in election process. But again, that'll be an issue for the court to decide what they meant by it. Okay, the other big issue I had, Ms. Bergens, and we discussed this before, and I know you gave me your answers, so I'll just explain to the public. I got a real problem in that you have these people that have spent hours and hours, hundreds of hours, going out collecting signatures, and they're determined not to be valid, but they don't know why. And when I mean why, not a general 295 because of signatures. They don't know that this signature doesn't match, and this is the reason why. This address doesn't match, this is the reason why. In fact, they haven't claimed that the notary was wrong, but at one point they said they didn't know why the notary was wrong. They got it at 4:50 today. Do you think it's yesterday? Do you think it's fair for them to be able to put on a case in, 4:50, I don't know, counting sleeping hours, you're looking at 7.5 and maybe 11, 18 hours to go through thousands of pages, analyze the signatures, determine if there actually is a big discrepancy or not, because we're going to get to the size of discrepancy next. I mean, is it fair to them?
I'm not here to decide what is fair and what isn't fair. I will tell you that not that it matters, it's my job, but I went above and beyond to make sure that they got it prior to. The original date that I gave them was March 6th. We were fortunate that the presidential preference primary wasn't a big production, and therefore I was able to finalize the canvas prior to today's meeting and had the opportunity to scan in the packets. And honestly, I worked until 11 o'clock at night before last, to ensure that all the packets were in there. And as we spoke yesterday, I said, after I got off the phone with you, the next task that I had was to ensure that I got those packets over to them. And I did. And like Cynthia from the Petitioners Committee had stated, I stayed late which is fine, it's my job, but I stayed late until Jeannie Shizuru and Dave Nelson were able to get here.
No one's questioned your work on this, and that's not what the point was. I wanted you to bring it up, and also the other thing we discussed is it was a little bit curious to me why they would submit the signatures right at the election time when the office is going to be busy doing that. So it takes away some of the time that you would have had if they would have submitted it later. But it doesn't change the fact that they're asked to be in an untenable position. Is it untenable? I'm not Mr. Webster. Untenable, whatever it is, position, to figure out what the discrepancies are that you came through with less than a full days to look at it. So that's for another topic. That's why I asked to have this thing delayed for 2 weeks, and Mr. Ritchie has interpreted the statute as saying you cannot, and I've looked at it, and it seems like the wording of it certainly does not give us any discretion. However, I can't believe the intent of the legislature was that they're going to say if the petitioners don't get the information of why it was thrown out less than 24 hours beforehand, we ought to force the county commission to make a decision, which is basically makes my position untenable, because I'm not going to vote to throw something out that I don't know is valid. I don't believe that was the intent of the legislature, but that's again something that can be taken up on appeal, because it's not always just looking at the words and what they say, as Ms. Gregory would say, but you look at what the intent of the legislature would be. Let's get into the most important part, and that is the signatures. So, Ms. Gregory, you posted on there, and this sort of concerns me, the NRS that I asked you for, 295.260. Can you pull that back up, please? I mean, you made some pretty harsh statements to the petitioners that they could be investigated for fraud. And I mean, I guess the first question I could ask, do any of you have any evidence at all that any fraud was happened?
I don't have any evidence that fraud occurred or didn't occur. What I do have evidence of is that it was altered.
Okay.
I'm not a criminal prosecutor. That's not my role. And that's why it wasn't automatically kicked out. They put it on the address discrepancy and allowed people whose addresses were altered to come in and verify.
So, but that's the point. There hasn't been anything yet. I just don't think we should be throwing those accusations out that they may be unless there's some type of evidence. I'm trying to find the wording in there.
I'm sure there, I mean,
Okay, but this is
may
what,
be investigated.
This isn't the one that you're looking for.
but this is what you didn't yellow in. You yellowed in.
I don't know
If
what
this is even,
what
is this the
NRS?
right one? It's sub 2. So sub 3, you didn't yellow in the important, and you talk about you can't take just part of a stat. There it is. There you go. You didn't yellow in the part. You can't just say, hey, the petitioners are taking part of a statute and then misinterpreting it. They're not looking at the whole thing. And then you put up a statute and you don't take the most important part of that statute. And those are the words where it says, in the absence of other proof of disqualification. It doesn't say, in the absence of the signatures not matching more than exactly, or a lot more than exactly, or 50% more than exactly, or a standard of 30% more exactly, like the people in Vegas use. It says any proof of any other disqualification. Now, you use the word exactly, and as is typical in most lawsuits that happen, you have different interpretations of what a statute can mean. I spoke with our assistant district attorney. I've heard from Ms. Gregory. You both concentrate on the word exactly. I look at the word in the absence of other proof, meaning there has to be other proof besides the signature. So there's a dispute between them. I called the Secretary of State's office. I said, what do you think? They said, heck, I'm not your attorney. You can't get an answer from me. That's what always seems to happen. What you're trying to do is just get the right answer and do what's right. I have a very good relationship with Amy. I have Ms. Bergens. I have no doubt she did her job. I also understand that the petitioners have spent a lot of time. So let's try to find out what was really intended by this. Was the fact that there was okay, let me just ask you this. Those signatures you threw out, was there anything else out there of those 231 that caused you to throw them out besides the fact the signatures didn't match?
I haven't gone through and I didn't figure that out. When the signature doesn't match, and here's what I would like to just ask. If someone puts their name and their address correctly, but the signature doesn't match, how are we to know that it was them?
I agree with you. I'm not saying otherwise. I think I think the statute's screwed up. They don't give a chance to cure the signatures like they do in the elections. And I'm trying to understand why they wouldn't do that. Why are they making this all or nothing when the elections, they don't? Obviously, you don't want to have fraudulent signatures submitted, this or during an election. But the question then comes back to what standard and how big of a discrepancy were those signatures that you threw out? And without us having an opportunity to examine that, or more importantly, the petitioners, there may be some that were legitimate. But obviously, there's 4 people here that claim that their signatures were the ones they signed, and they were thrown out. 3 sent in documentation, and 1, I think, spoke earlier. So at least 4 people being disenfranchised by having their signatures thrown out. And we don't know what the level of discrepancy. It's not exact. Probably none of them are going to be exactly. In fact, I think you could look at my signature on many occasions, and you're going to see they're not exactly the same, but they're close enough. Do you count them or not? And is it right to disqualify people if they're not, unless you're fully sure they're not theirs? What standard would you use?
So the standard that we use, like I said originally in my statement, but I'll go a little bit further. We look for a reason to qualify the signature, not a reason to not qualify the signature. That is the training that we have. That is the standard that I hold my staff and myself to. It is not one person making a judgment call. You will see, if you go back and watch the video, that multiple times my staff is leaning over to the person next to him saying, can you take a look at this? It is 2 people. And then if both of them are like, they call me over. I am the final authority when it comes to the signatures. That is my role as an elected clerk. So there is a lot of back and forth that goes into disqualifying. And more than one occasion did my staff call me over, and I looked and said, no, look, can you see the way that their A swoops up? It's the same. Let's take that one.
And that was going to be my question, and so while we're there, I'll go ahead and ask it, and I'm glad for you to, but I think that's important to emphasize, that when you or your staff denied a signature, was that a sole discretionary denial, or was it multiple people who looked at that and decided that that did not satisfy the need for signature verification?
It's a group effort. It is us leaning over to each other and saying, hey, can you take a look? And then, like I said, I am the final authority if there is questions from my staff. Did I look at every single one that was thrown out? No. My staff has the ability to make those judgment calls, but most of the time, due to the fact that we understood the importance of verifying these signatures and the fact that there is not a cure process, they did not throw them out without getting a second opinion at least.
I know Commissioner Tarkanian's not done, but with the chair's permission, I want to ask this question because it deals. So my understanding is if you found any similarity, you qualified the signature. It was only when there really was no slant, no curve, no hook, nothing the same, that you disqualified. Is that accurate?
That is an incredibly accurate statement, yes.
I have no doubt that that's the case if you're going to represent that. It just would have been nice if the petitioners had time to look it over themselves so they could have came to the same conclusion. And it's unfortunate that we're being bound to this timeframe. Okay, I want to move on.
How many more questions do you have, sir?
Well, I went through there's 4 of them. This is my 3rd sets of questions,
Okay,
and then I got a 4th set.
good.
In fact, Ms. Bergens knows, and so does,
We would like to move this on when possible.
well, I think it's a pretty important thing.
It is a very important thing.
In fact, not so much even if the initiative gets passed or not, or I just think it's important that people don't feel they're disenfranchised. I think it's important people feel that their hard work isn't being ignored because of some backroom dealings going on. And
I
I'm
think
not
that
saying there
anybody
is
that's
any. I
watched this
think we
discourse
need to
will
make
know
su-
the fact that it has not been.
Well, you can say it and then they don't believe it, but or you can show it by showing that you can be open and transparent, which is what I've been trying to do from the beginning. Okay. So anyway, so your deal is it has to be completely not matching and, just nothing close and that's it. And then I'm gonna move on from there.
It has to be to the point where we can't find anything in the petition or in the signature that is submitted to us with any of the signatures that we have on file in our voter registration
Yeah,
system.
and they'll have an opportunity to review them, and if they feel that's not right, they can go in and have a judicial review of it. I hate to say this question because it's snarkly, but it was asked by somebody who's been communicating with me for quite a while, and he said so the question is this: if you felt that these signatures were not accurate, and they were basically, then if they're not accurate, then you feel they're fraudulent, right? They're not the right person?
Not at all. That is not at all what I said. I said the
Okay.
signature that was submitted did not match what I have on file. I never said that
Okay.
there was any fraud.
Okay, so I guess I'm confused. If you're not going to count a signature because there's no semblance of resembling what it looks like, then you have to make the determination that's not the signature of the person who filed it.
That is not at all.
Okay, all right, well, I guess that'll be something else.
I would say that I would highly suggest anyone that is on that list update their signature with our office. If the only signature that we have is the one that you sloppily did on an iPad at DMV, that could be why we couldn't
Okay. That's
find
a
similarities.
Very good answer. Okay, last one, addresses. They made a big deal about the address. This really, 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 really bothers me when you attack these people who have worked hard to do their stuff and claim that there's some kind of fraud or some kind of ill intent without any evidence at all. So you had a conversation with the petitioners, and you said you had to find let me just know, I got to go back a second. What address is supposed to be on the petition?
The address that's supposed to be listed on the petition is the same address that we have in our voter registration
Okay.
file for the residents at where
So
they live.
It's really interesting because Ms. Gregory says, well, people don't have 2 addresses. Well, that's one of the most inaccurate statements I've ever heard. People
That
can have-
actually, per
they can
voter
have different-
registration, you can only have one.
They
You
can
can
have
only
different-
be registered at one address.
That's not what I said. They can have a registered address, and Ms. Bergens, you're a county clerk. You probably know that there's lots of them out there that have them. They register at an address that they're at, and they move. Now you can say, oh well, they should update their address, but that's not what happens, and it doesn't happen most of the time. So they do have multiple addresses if they move. And my understanding, talking to the petitioners, that many of these people have moved, and that what you said to them, and again, I want you to correct me if I'm wrong, and you said to me that, okay, first of all, is there anywhere on the petition that it says that you have to put the address of your registration?
I
Your
believe that the
residence.
petition said to list your residential address,
Exactly.
but it's
Residen-
not my petition. I didn't
No,
write it.
that's exactly right. It says residential address. So what would a normal person do if they said, hey, put down your residential address, but you had moved since you had registered? You put where you're living there now. And that's what a lot of these people did. So when these petitioners talked with you and you said, hey, I need to be able to identify them. So they went out and they said, hey, some of these addresses don't match their registration. So they wrote in what their registration address was, not where their resident address is, which is what was asked for in the petition. So it's really discouraging to hear people attack these petitioners for trying to do the right thing and claim there might be fraud there, or that this is a huge thing. Even like our district attorney, which I was surprised he would take such strong language, would say it's such a big deal that there's additional words on the petition, like there's another address. If you're going to tell me that, hey, this signature didn't live at this address before, or doesn't live at the address now, it's a fake address, then what you're saying is true. But if what I'm getting from the petitioners is, no, they lived at the one they registered, and they moved and they put the one they live at now, that seems very, very normal to me, that you would try to make that correction, particularly after they got instructions from the county clerk that they should be able to be, they need to be identified. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yes, we did have a conversation, Cynthia and I did have a conversation about how she wanted to know if I used I-360, which I do not. We use our voter registration system. And she asked how we find the people in the system. And I said it's really important that the people on the petition write legibly. As you can see, there were 9? There were 9 people disqualified from this petition because we couldn't identify anything that they had written. First name, last name, address. We tried everything to be able to find these people, and we're able to. And so I did not say to the petition committee, please add in addresses where you think they live. And I will also tell you that I have received feedback from multiple people that were on the address discrepancy list because the petition committee had added an address to someone with the same name at a different address, and their address was actually correct. So there are 10 people in that address discrepancy list that had they not fixed the address that was there was correct in the first place, but they were placed on that list because someone had added to that petition.
Early in here, 2 quick questions that were mostly, okay, so Ms. Muldoon mentioned that she came by to look at the signatures and see the discrepancies and the addresses, see those, and you wouldn't let her in the office. This was a day before, or maybe it was a day before the morning of, okay, so it was a day and a half. So she could have had a day and a half more. You wouldn't let her do that. Can you explain why?
Ms. Muldoon and I have had multiple conversations. It's not that she advised me and then showed up. She had said, I'm coming in. I said, basically, I don't have the staff available to supervise you doing this. And her response was, I will be there on Tuesday. So I stopped responding because I had already advised her I did not have the staff available. If I had had the staff available to supervise her looking through that petition, I would have had the staff available to make the copies for her. I was not trying to withhold anything. We were in the middle of running the presidential preference primary, which statutorily was my priority at the time. As soon as we statutorily finished and I had staff freed up, I scanned in those packets and made them available to those people that had submitted requests for those packets. It was a matter of simultaneously having statutory requirements for the presidential preference primary that took priority over the requests from them for those documents.
I'm just about done. You want to say something now, or you want me to finish? Okay. I had one other thing. I'm trying to find it, but probably isn't that important. No, I got my important stuff here. Well, it's not important for you guys. Oh, I know. Okay, this was going to be it. Okay, what was an interesting thing that was said to me was, that I heard today was from Ms. Gilbert today, and she was saying that, and she felt the statute requires you to look at first, are they registered to vote? Second, you look at the signature, and then if the signature doesn't match, then you look at the residence, the address. But you guys did it the other way, or at least you did on some, because you threw some resident addresses out. You threw some petitions out because of the residence address not matching, but the signatures matched.
So yes, thank you for that question because it was something that I wanted to address and I had forgotten. So when we log in, there are a lot of people in this community that have the same name. When we log into our voter registration system, the front page, if you search by last name, whatever, and you open up that person, the very front of it gives their address. The signature is in a separate tab that you have to go to. So The reason for that is only because it's right there, and it's best to check the address to ensure that you have the right John Smith before you start opening the addresses to verify the signature. Had nothing to do with how we were throwing out the signatures or throwing out the petition signer. It has to do with a workflow that made sense to ensure that you had the right person before you start going and opening all these signatures and trying to figure out if it's the right signature for the right person.
Thank you very much. I think basically that's going to be another thing the court can decide whether that had to be done the way Ms. Gilbert says, or it can be done because of convenience the way you said. Thank you very much.
Just a couple quick questions to make sure I understand. When you found an address that was not consistent with the address in your voter information, you posted that on the front of your website. And did you post those all at one time, or did you do it on an ongoing as you encountered them?
It was on an ongoing nightly basis. So as I was adding them to the spreadsheet, we were uploading them nightly to the website with here's how to cure your address discrepancy.
So at the very latest, all of those were, so they could be, and how many of those actually cured?
It's either 14 or 15.
Okay. Out of 200 and, let's see, 200 and some, 234? 124. Okay. So 14 out of 124 about cured their addresses, but most of them had more than one day if they were watching, or if members of the committee were watching and could alert them. Most had more than one day to be able to make that happen.
Yes, they had multiple days, possibly a week, depending upon. I mean, it was a 20-day process, and I believe that the last time that we updated that listing was a full week prior to the February 6th due date for the certificate.
Okay, thank you.
Question was going to be, how long did they have from the time you posted it? And you said it was a running deal, so obviously the ones at the beginning would have been more than the ones at the end. So at the very end, though, how many days did they have?
I can't answer that with certainty. I'd have to go back to our website and look at the log of when the last time we posted was. I'm being told by the petition committee behind me that it was the 31st, which was 7 days prior to 7 days.
All right, any further questions from the board?
I have one question for the committee members, if I may. The evidence this morning shows that there were additional addresses included, and I believe this morning you stated that members of your committee added those addresses. I just wanted to ask, who initiated the addition of those addresses? I'd like to know, was it the voter?
I'm fine with that.
Or was it members of your committee?
The members of our committee had talked, or Cynthia had talked to Amy Bergens about Amy wanting additional information to assist her in finding the voters. We spent a week to almost 2 weeks discussing whether it would be appropriate to add the names on the side so that she could find
Addresses.
the addresses to find the voter on the voter registration. So we discussed it at length, decided that we were trying to accommodate what the county clerk had given information to Cynthia to. So there was no intent to do anything other than accommodate her being able to find the voters.
She didn't ask you to write anything on the petition.
She asked for us if we could assist.
I mean, let me
assist.
make clear that that was a question mark at the end. Question mark.
Well, what she said to anything to assist. So we really thought about that in terms of how to handle that. And it was a very, our group met, we discussed it over and over again to figure out how we would do that when we noticed, because Jeannie is a CPA and we had everything spreadsheeted, of every voter registration. We had audited this to the ninth. She had done a phenomenal job. We knew that there were some voters that had put down they wrote their current address, but it didn't match the registered voters. So that's why Cynthia communicated with Ms. Bergens about that issue and anything to assist her in finding the voter. So we did that to assist her in finding the voter. That's all I can tell you.
Okay, and at no point did the actual voter ask you to do that?
I don't know that a voter communicated that to us.
Okay.
We made this a decision as a group to accommodate the clerk, county clerk.
Cynthia, Nancy, can I?
I'm sorry.
No, I wanted to follow up because Commissioner Hales opened up a door for you. So she wants to know, did the signature people ask you to write their old address that was a registration address on, and you said no? And the reason why is because you didn't see them then. When you saw them, it said for them to write down their residence.
Their current residence address only. If you
So-
look,
so
or
those
current
people-
residence is what they wrote down.
So they
And
write
wrote
down
it
the
in their
current-
own handwriting.
Well, that's my point. So they write down the current residence. They don't even know that their initiative is going to be thrown out. So you were doing this as a courtesy to the county clerk so that she could identify them.
It was accommodation to the county clerk. And we struggled with this. It wasn't just like we talked about this a lot, going, what do we do?
You absolutely should have got this in writing, and then there wouldn't be a dispute.
Well,
But I
and I
certainly
agree
couldn't
with you.
understand why you did it.
Well, this is the first time we've done it as, we're naive, I guess, or we're learning, and so we were trying to do our best in accommodating.
Okay.
Sorry, just one small point. I do remember the conversation that I had with Cynthia. The conversation was, how do you find them? How do you look them up? I never advised for her to assist me in that. She asked process, I gave her our process. That was the information that I disclosed to her. At no point in time did I say, please help me out. Please write on the petition. That was never communicated, nor did she ever come to me and say, hey, we're finding people on I-360 and would like to help you. Can we write on this? That was never a conversation that was had.
Thank you. Any more from the board?
Mr. Chair, I hope that we're ready to go to public comment. I would indicate that when we come back, I do have some comments and some observations before we go to a motion.
All right. If the board's all in, all done, we will open to public comment.
Jim Jackson, you got a real can of worms going on here. One of the questions I would have right off the bat, I'm not a lawyer, so I want to clarify that right now, is when are you going to indict them for fraud? I've heard it come off of here that that's what you're accusing them of. So when is that going to happen? The two individuals down here made a pretty good case about it. I think that would be an injustice to do something like that, but I heard that case being built. The other thing is that this whole thing on both sides doesn't have a good smell to it. Me being out here in the public, just watching this whole thing going on, or listening to it from at home, or reading about it in the newspaper, I can find fault with both sides on what they did or did not do. Whether they did it intentionally, whether they were following the law, doesn't make any difference. The impression that it's made out there is that something's not right. And one of the conversations that comes up a lot is they don't want this to come to a vote of the people, meaning they, meaning you. Now, that may or may not be true. I don't know. I have no proof one way or the other. I'm just telling you what the impressions are that are coming out of this whole thing, going back and forth, pointing fingers that I didn't do this, they did this. No, we didn't do this, you did that. Let it come to a vote of the people. Get yourself out of this pickle and let the people decide what's going to go on. So, but it doesn't look right from any point right now.
Am I on? Yeah. My name is Edmund Andrews. I was a very small collector of signatures, so I was involved in this process. I'm actually shocked that Commissioner Gardner in particular is threatening and accusing these citizens of felony fraud. I find that outrageous. You can tell from the testimony here, they were bending over backwards to try to meet the needs of the clerk to do this right. I know we all worked really hard to make sure that the addresses lined up. I myself ran into a problem where unbeknownst to me, I collected a couple of signatures of people who had already signed the petition. These folks in their auditing caught that and kept those off. This has been a completely honest process. So I just want to speak up in defense of the petitioners committee because they did unbelievably great work and did everything they could to do this with the highest standards of integrity. I also want to say we're going to take up, I guess you're going to take up later on a separate issue here, which would create, another ban, enclave where vacation home rentals are banned. I think I'm right about this. No, I'm not? Reduce it by one. Okay, anyway, we have a couple of enclaves right now, one being the Valley and one being north of Cave Rock, that are going to have a ban on vacation home rentals. This is a terrible way to do policy. This is just an awful way to do policy. I have watched this whole debate over the last several years, and the commission has gotten tangled up again and again and again. What we're saying is put this to the voters. Let them make a statement, and you'll have much clearer guidance, because what seems to happen is, what's devolving right now is a situation where policy is being made in deference to the loudest special interests and influencers of particular neighborhoods. It's an awful way to go about this thing. We need a policy that applies countywide, and it has been thought through. This is the best way to get there. Thank you.
For the record, Jeannie Shizuru, I want to highlight something that Commissioner Tarkanian was very astute to point out to the five of you, and that was when the clerk and Cynthia Gregory read the portion in NRS about what were the requirements of failing a signature. They cut it off right at the point when the important wording was there, and I'm going to read it for emphasis again. Notwithstanding the provisions of this subsection, a petition must not be certified insufficient for the lack of number required valid signatures if, in the absence of other proof of disqualification, any signature on the face thereof does not exactly correspond with the signature appearing on the file or list of registered voters used by the county or city clerk, and the identity of the signer can be ascertained from the face of the petition. This not in the, everybody knows this. This is commonly known about petitions, that you have to have a second proof. You do not use the mail-in ballot training that you have a second person say, see, it doesn't match. No, you don't need 10 people to say the signature doesn't match. You'll have to have another proof of disqualification. This is commonly known. They tried to keep it out of their presentation. Thank you, Tarkanian, for smacking them right in the face with this is exactly what we are referring to. And it is exactly disqualifying our petition because these 231 signatures that do not have another proof of disqualification are absolutely disqualifying our petition. Other things that I want to tell you is that even though Amy says, Clerk Treasurer Amy Bergens says that I was allowed to observe. Actually, she clarified to me, to my face, that no, I'm only allowed to watch those people at their computers doing whatever they're doing. Whatever she was doing at night with her computer, tallying up and creating this error sheet I was not allowed to be in observation of anything else outside of the people at those computers doing whatever they were doing. And that is a very narrow description of observation or witness. And she also said in front of other witnesses that she could bring the packets out of the room where they're secured at if she needed to. She said possibly she could. She wants me to make sure I put the word possibly. And I also want to call to attention, the birth dates. People put their birth date and then we add, sometimes we or somebody, they add the date that they signed the signature. That has never come into dispute about whether we have altered and fraudulently put criminal information by adding that date of signature. Thank you.
Ted Gaines, couple comments. They should have brought that podium over that Sheila talked about before so we could hear better. Most of you people want to talk with the mic on, but you want to talk looking the other way. And it's kind of hard for some of us to hear you. Don't you love these VHRs? I think I did a search on this about 6 months ago, and it was about 87 times it came to the agenda. So we got to be over 100. These things should have been thrown out of here years ago. But we're still going to do it. We massage them, rub them, change them, amend them, and they still keep coming back around. Now, these people, I don't know a lot about ballots, and I don't know a lot about a lot of things, but I'm sure glad I stayed because Cynthia sit there and talked about we have to follow the law. We have to be legal. We have to do that. And these documents are notarized. I want that, make sure that all gets on the record. Now, I don't believe that Amy, and I said this earlier, had any bias in doing this. I dealt with Amy, Ms. Burgess or Amy, a few times, and everything has been above the board, straight up. Whether I liked it or not, we got a conclusion. So I don't believe, some of them believe that maybe, or comments that it is. But Commissioner Gardner there worries about us changing a document after it's been signed. You changed it. After I signed it, and the petition he signed, I don't want anybody changing it. Well, if I remember right, let's see, I think it was in backrooms dealings, we had a motion that was put up by Commissioner Tarkanian, and it was voted on, it was passed, and after it was voted on and passed, it got changed. We don't appreciate that either. So you can't have it one way for one person and another way for another group of people. It's got to be consistent and it's got to be legal. Now, our chairman there, he says, well, the people in Glenbrook are going to lose their houses if they can't rent these out. I know a little bit about Glenbrook, and I doubt if them people are going to lose their houses. I think most of them are pretty well financially set. But what these people are asking for, and I don't know a lot about it, I don't care. I've gave you my comments on VHRs. They're just asking for you to put it to the people. I don't know about the legal terms, how it'll end up, what it'll be up, but they just want the people to decide. We're not asking you to turn it down or pass it. just try to get it to the people. But I understand about the law, and I'm glad that it was said that we got to follow the law, because I like people to dig holes. So, thank you.
Hello, name's Bob Keller for the record. We collected and submitted 852 signatures for this initiative. That's about 12% of your voters. And they want to vote on it, is why they signed this petition. And now, not all those signatures were deemed to be valid, that's true. But of the data that the clerk's office sent out after going through their process, I was able to extract 4,683 voter ID numbers from the clerk's data. So, which is well more than we need to get this petition on the ballot. We know who these voters are. We have voter ID numbers for them. They've spoken. I hope you listen. I hope you put this on the ballot. It deserves to be voted on. And, you know, these 12% of your electorate are going to pay attention to whether or not you listen to them. Otherwise, you know, hopefully they will vote and you won't have a choice.
Hi, my name's Michael Knowles. I'm one of the signatures that was thrown out, okay? Obviously, I'm looking at it, it's me, I know I did it, okay? Why didn't anybody contact me if there was a problem, okay? I think we wouldn't even be here today if everybody's whose signature was messed up or whatever, okay? If they were contacted, okay, we wouldn't even be here. I've bought houses with this signature. I've bought cars with this signature. I sign credit card vouchers every single day, okay? The only thing I'd like, you know, let's let the people vote. I mean, we're at a point now where we're not going to let them vote, okay? So if we let them vote, also, one thing I'd like to do, could somebody verify my signature? Is there somebody here who could do that for
Do you
me?
have a copy of the signature that they were comparing it to?
Pardon?
Do you have a copy of the signature they were comparing it to?
No.
Okay.
I never saw it. I don't know. And I did it 10 years ago. I was telling them earlier that one of the things I used to be in the insurance business with my father, and he said, you know, we're going to be signing a million things. He says, don't worry about your signature. He says, just get something on it. And I'm 71 now. Well, actually, next week, I'll be 71. And this is what I do. This is how I sign it. I don't know what the signature, when would I have done that? When would I have done that?
Without looking you up into my voter registration system, I can't.
So I would have done it when I registered to vote. I've lived in Nevada and Vegas, and I've lived up here. Obviously, I am a voter. I am a person, okay? So it's just, am I going to be able to vote or not be able to vote because of this? Huh?
I suggest you call the clerk at another time and
Okay.
square that away.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Those are all valid questions and perspectives. Jason Gibson, business research consultant, over 30 years of customer service, call center applications, market research, opinion polling, campaign fundraising, what have you. These circumstances are always complex, and I'm always humbled, excuse me. But obviously, a very simple remedy. If they want to, voters want to offer their phone number. Let them put their phone number with their signature or their endorsement so a courtesy call can be made. Wow, imagine that. A courtesy call. Communication in the 21st century. Phone numbers could have been provided by which to place courtesy calls related to the issue, to serve as input for future questions by which to aid the board with future policy decisions. We're here to solve problems, not make problems. Policy decisions with intent to improve and perfect the issue and the system itself. Let's get it done. Key points in this presentation were the audio, video, aesthetic issues, which is a common reoccurring theme with this county. Those substandard audio, video services are unacceptable. You're fired. Whoever you are, the NRS 239 is coming. We will find professionals to provide quality services so that our candidate forums, our elections, our meetings can be properly heard and properly conveyed with the aesthetic that we deserve and that the general public needs to be properly informed. Obviously, we're talking about a situation where the petitioners did not have a fair opportunity to present a case. It's the same issue with the timing of this board. They just drop this deadline hammer on you, and you can't possibly be properly prepared or at ease with your presentation or your interests, because we're always in a hurry, out of time, wasting time, spending time, killing time, and we don't take into consideration the other parties or the complexity of the issue. We need whole system solutions. Okay, it's obviously that this board does not want the people to vote on these issues. It's their government, it's not our government. They did the same thing with the Jalic Institution when they should have put it out for a public opinion poll. They wouldn't cooperate with us. They wouldn't proactively do the right thing. They don't want the people to vote on these issues. They don't want the people to be properly informed, which is precisely why they shut down our cable access television center, and is another reason why we're here arguing again today.
My name's Ben Johnson, Chairman, members of the County Commission. I'm here today because I'm one of the 231 people that my signature was dismissed. Everything else was correct in my signature block, but my signature. I heard comments today relative to why are more people not here. It's really hard to show up to your meetings. They're in the middle of the day. I had to work until 11 o'clock at night. The last 2 nights, I had to wake up at 5 a.m. and work to be able to free up my schedule to be able to be here at 10 a.m. today and spend the day. So it's not an easy thing, but why is it important to me? This has nothing to do with VHRs to me. This has everything to do with our bedrock liberties in our country. Why is that so important to me? My forefathers were some of the signers of the Mayflower Compact, which was a precursor to our Constitution. Voting and the right to be heard is something that matters so much to me. It's everything about our country. So with that, what I don't understand is I voted by mail in 5 elections. 2020, 2022, general and primary, and again in the presidential caucus or whatever it was. None of those have been deemed deficient. Probably similar signature. And no issues with them. But yet here, they rejected my signature. Why? I don't know. What I was told by Amy is they used my signature from April of 2002. I was a senior at George Wattell High School. And then from 2011, when I moved into my current house. Those are the 2 signatures they compared. They didn't use any of my more recent signatures on my mail-in ballot to compare. I don't know why that was, but it's troubling. They also didn't use, oddly, I've written checks to her office for property taxes for my house, for real property for 2 businesses, for personal property taxes over the last 10 years. I've never once got a phone call, hey Ben, your signature doesn't match, I'm not gonna deposit this check. Never happened. But anyways, this is like lottery odds that somehow my signature gets rejected on this, but accepted on all of the prior elections. I won the lottery once. I met my wife. I got married. I'm not due to win the lottery again. So this bothers me. The second thing is, if you follow this logic out, it would indicate that these 231 people like me, someone has my birth date, someone has my name, someone has my address, and they're trying to assign official documents, which I learned today is a Category D felony. So why haven't I heard from Sheriff Coverly? He makes me feel very safe. The dude I really like. He's a great sheriff. I would imagine I'd be hearing from him. Hey, Ben, someone's trying to forge documents in your name, official documents. What's going on here? I would imagine if Amy believed that she would have the common courtesy, because she is a nice person, to call me and say, hey, someone's trying to forge documents. So anyways, in that, the only remedy here is to let the people vote. I don't understand why we wouldn't. That seems like a very easy thing. And as I was told by one of the commissioners before I came here, the well's dry, people don't support this. So put it on the ballot and let all these people have their vote. Thank you.
For the record, Tim Barabee. The overwhelming evidence is that the required number of signatures have been achieved. NRS 295-263 indicates that 231 signatures should not have been rejected because the names and the addresses are correct. Surely, 112 of those 231 signatures, actually two people just before me are two of those 231, would have been correct. So, in effect, by invalidating 231 signatures for a signature that does not match, and by the way, do any of us know our signatures on our voter registration cards? Do you think we know ours? Do you think we know exactly how we sign? I don't think so. There's an implication that the signature collectors forged these signatures, and I find that reprehensible. When you have 4,277 valid signatures validated by you, and you're 112 signatures short of putting this on the ballot, shame on you if you don't put this on the ballot.
Hi. How's your afternoon going? Hope you're having a good time. I really want to talk about the issue of Dave Nelson, sorry, and really disenfranchising any one person is a big mistake. I think we can all agree on that. And I'm going to give you some examples where they did that for very minor issues. You've already heard about the Hoppy issue, but I want to talk about that a little bit because this person was disenfranchised. His address is 1 Hoppy. In the clerk's own database, it's 1 Hoppy. They turned it down because they thought it should have been Hope, not Hoppy. That person was disenfranchised by their mistake of thinking he spelled his street wrong when he didn't. Okay? Another example. This person's name happens to be Christopher Daniel Wilson, who signed. However, they decided that that wasn't the one that signed. It was Christopher Allen Wilson who signed. Not correct. How do I know this? Because Christopher Daniel Wilson has the address that they want Christopher Allen Wilson to correct. Another disenfranchisement with no legitimate reason. Okay? We found a lot of other problems with what they've done. And I don't want to bore you with all of them. But this was very sloppy work. It was sloppy work disenfranchising people without legitimate reasons. Now, I want to make a point here also that when we delivered the packages to the clerk, she made a very strong comment about, you would do this to us, wouldn't you, right in the middle of the election. That was an attitude that I thought was a little disturbing. And then later on, it was overheard that she made a comment to one of her employees. They were looking at an address. Well, it's close, but, I think she really was forced to sign this. She made that statement as if she knows what was the intent of this person that signed. These are things that went on that should not have gone on. And we are depending on you, the board, to make this right for us. Common sense. If you can't cure a signature, you've got to give it more leniency in looking at it. Thank you.
My name is Kirk Walder, and while I'm a member of the Planning Commission, these are my personal views. Your vote on the petition before you today is a question of expertise and integrity. Our county clerk is a certified expert on every aspect of elections and signature verification. She is a certified election registration administrator, the highest professional achievement for election officials in the United States. This requires a multi-year course of study at the college master's level. In my capacity as an election judge for the last 4 years, I have observed her over countless hours of election administration and training, including signature verification, and know her to be skilled, honest, and impartial. In contrast, petition organizers have demonstrated no expertise in gathering and verifying the signatures of properly registered Douglas County citizens. In fact, they have a previous record of failing to submit a valid petition in 2020. Petitioners say they performed a careful review audit, but they have provided no information on who did the audit, their expertise, if any, and what were the results. One could ask if the clerk excessively disqualified signatures. The nonprofit website Ballotpedia has examined 135 statewide petitions over the years 2017 to 2023. The average percent of signatures disqualify election officials in a variety of states was 23%. In the petition before you, the clerk only disqualified 12%, about half of what are commonly rejected. Best practices for signature gathering is to submit far more signatures than required, i.e. to pad the petition to allow for some level of faulty signatures or other errors. In those same 135 petitions, the average excess submitted was 56%. In the matter before you, petitioners submitted only 11% more than required. The petitioners in Douglas County failed in their efforts to have a reasonable chance of approval. The question should be asked, why did the petitioners submit to the clerk 1 month before their deadline? At that point, they gathered about 33 signatures a day. Another month might have resulted in over 900 signatures, very likely resulting in a sufficient number. Did the petitioners willfully submit 20 days before the recent primary with the hope the clerk and her staff would be so busy with other duties that the petition would not be carefully scrutinized? And did they also lack sufficient public support that another month of signature gathering would be futile? For all the above reasons, the certificate of insufficiency should be approved. And I personally saw Commissioner Noasad sign the petition, which you should disclose.
Nancy Gilbert. Final comments. I wanted to comment on the elephant in the room. The elephant in this room is that the form that was provided to us and approved by the county clerk had the requirement that you list your current address. But the disqualification was that the address didn't match the registered voter. That's a big problem when you ask somebody to put something down, their current address, but you really wanted their registered voter's address. And I think that's a huge issue in terms of not disclosing to the signers of this initiative what you really needed to qualify their signature. Based on your own protocols, it goes from find them as a registered voter, then look at their address before you even get to the signature. Number two is, I wanted to comment on the next thing is the witness being outside the room. The comment I heard earlier is that was the only room, and we raised that. We were all there in the hallways watching a grainy screen. There were other rooms. In fact, they were on the screen and we took pictures. There was other rooms that they could have moved it away from the early elections and done it, performed it in another room so that the witness could actually observe the process. So to say that there wasn't another room, there were two. One was in here, and it was locked, and it actually had some of the early voting cages with all of it in here, in this room. We have pictures of it. There was another room as well, so if you want to see the pictures, we can give them to you. The other thing is that I wanted to clarify, we made a public information request approximately 2 weeks before to the county clerk asking for the information on the disqualified signers, and we were told we would not get it until March 6th, which would have been after the February 6th deadline in terms of disqualification and even afterwards. So the fact that we got it yesterday at 5 o'clock is really to say that they did their best. Ms. Mohitan had actually come to the clerk's office and said that she would copy them in their office and in front of them to get it earlier, and that was rejected. So the other thing is, in terms of the signatures, I put in Eileen Spevek's signature with her driver's license and her signature, and if you look on her signature on the initiative, they're pretty close. They're not exact, but they're pretty close. And she was rejected. So I heard the comment that that the county clerk is a signature, an expert signature an analyst, and she went to the university to obtain that certification or some kind of specialized. I don't know that to be true, but some of the signatures really are pretty close and were rejected. Thank you.
Hi, it's Cynthia Mohutin again for the record. Just want to say a couple things. As I was sitting here, I was sort of zoning out and thinking back to law school. That's not a good sign. And I'm remembering administrative law, which is a class I frankly hated. But what I recall is administrative law is a creature of statute, and the executive branch uses these regulations to administer the statutes that's written by the legislature. And it's good to take a step back, because what I'm struggling with, and I was looking for it on my phone, is where in the NRS does it say that the signature has to match the address where the voter is registered? I have looked and I have not found it. Going from memory, I believe it says address, but I couldn't find it while I was sitting here, so I apologize for that. So I just want to make that clear. That is nowhere in the NRS. And if it is and I missed it, please call me out now, but I think we've had a lot of time and energy. If that was there, it would have been up on the screen for us all to see. And I also want to address the point, I didn't quite catch it all about my coming here on Tuesday. We needed to see those documents. The open meeting law in the 239 says that you can inspect if someone won't copy. I get it that she was busy. I even offered to put myself on the live stream, and I will paw through the boxes on live stream, so everyone on this earth and in the office or anyone can watch me, because I'm not going to steal documents, I'm not going to alter them, I'm not going to forge them. I'm not a criminal, I am an ethical person. And do I want to be on camera? No, but would I was willing to do it? Sure. I find it ironic that that wasn't good enough for this clerk to watch me look at documents, but somehow it was good enough for the petitioners committee to watch them verify signatures. I just couldn't resist. I had to point out the irony. And one last comment about the gentleman that spoke a couple times before me. The people involved are not relevant. I think we're all good people. I think Amy Bergens is a good person. I think I'm a good person. You don't have to agree. It's not about who you think is a better person. It's about your voters. And I think, in making credibility determinations, and as a judicial officer, you have to say, if we have two people willing to spend their whole day to come here and say, I signed, you wrongly disqualified me, that is a glaring sign that 231 people were likely disenfranchised. That is, clearly there was errors there in that assessment of their signatures. That is uncontroverted now with the record you have before you. And I would ask you not disenfranchise those people and let the people decide and put this on the ballot. Thank you.
Elizabeth Learnhardt for the record. I'm not talking about VHRs here. This issue is much bigger. You have put this county now in the likes of Clark County 2020 and Washoe County 2022. Do you realize that the election integrity and the verification of signatures, all what we've heard here today, is in par with these counties? And it was the conservatives that have questioning the proceeding. Now we have the return and have it looked at a conservative board. NRS 295-26, number 3, NRS 293-122-77, number 5, states that the clerk can use signatures and an additional item that is not accurate. It has to be 2 items that are found. At least that's my understanding of it. I'm not a lawyer. So where in this whole process has the clerk verified that these 290 people, or who, however many they are, had 2 issues wrong with their signatures to disqualify them? Let the people vote, because we do not want to be on the wrong side of this issue. Thank you.
Janine Iyer for the record. Over the last 2 days, we visited with quite a few voters who were on the signature not verified list. And I've heard a lot of, voters that are very disenfranchised at this point, very disappointed. And many of them say that their signatures, there's no way their signatures could be wrong. Nana McPeak basically asked me to present this for her today. There's something very wrong here. My signature is very clear and always the same. There is no way that anyone would not recognize it. What's going on here? There must be some kind of game to just disenfranchise me, as there is no way anyone would not recognize my signature. It is not a scribble. It's very clearly written. My question to the county commissioners is how many other citizens are being disenfranchised in this very devious way? I'm an American citizen, and I will not stand for this. Is there anything I can do? Please let me know, and I will do it. I also signed the petition concerning voter registration on February 8th at the caucus and Kale Center. And I know, Commissioner Gardner, this is one that's very important to you. If all these people had their signatures discounted, do we expect that to happen again for that petition? Something we have to think about. She did try to go online and give comment, but was not able to get the page to load correctly. Anyway, she just wanted me to share that with you.
Thank you.
I had a question.
I assume that's all of the, yes, sir. Public comment is now closed. Yes, sir.
Just had a question. What was provided in the packet at 4:30? Was it a copy of what you used to check the signature against with their signature on the initiative, or just their name and their signature on the initiative?
Yesterday afternoon, I provided, per the request of multiple individuals, the complete packets to include our notes, which were the voter registration number and the code that we used.
Okay, some of this stuff is over, I know it's over their head because they're not involved in all. It's a little bit over mine, even though I've talked with them some. So did you give them a copy of the signature so they can compare the two? Or is it just the number, the voting number that they were given when they registered to vote?
It was a copy of the complete packet after I had finished my verification of signatures, so 109 packets, 21 pages each. I did not provide them a copy of our voter registration.
Did not.
The signatures in our voter registration.
Yeah,
Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, it's just a simple, I just wanted to, I'm curious, it would be wonderful if we had the time to go through and say, okay, this signature was thrown out and this is, and here's the initiative signature and the one that we compared to, this was the difference. And then we can say, wow, they're so far off, why would anybody question it? Or, hey, they're pretty close, why did we throw it out? That's what I'm asking.
I don't know what the question is. That was a statement.
There's a signature on the initiative that you compare to all of the other documents that you have in your office dealing with that person's signature. Did you give a copy of the ones that you had in your office that you compared the initiative signature with, or just the copy of the signature initiative?
I provided a copy of the petition as that is what was requested of me.
I want to thank Mr. Walder for being so observant of my ability to sign a petition. It should come to no surprise to anybody in this room that I have been anti-VHR since the day I sat down in this desk as a new commissioner. So there's no conflict of interest there. I vote the way I feel is the right thing to do.
All right, any more comments from the board? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have, in the process of this, written a lot of different comments and observations, and they're now somewhat discombobulated on my pieces of paper, so please bear with me. Anyways, I want to make it perfectly clear to the residents of this county that I have no desire to disenfranchise any voter within the county. That is a sacred right of every voter in this county, and I appreciate the fact that people, to a very, very large extent in this county, have registered to vote. Probably more so, a higher percentage than almost any other county in the nation, probably. I think we have a voter registration rate of somewhere well into the 90s%. So that it is a most sacred right of being a resident of this and citizen of this country. I'm tremendously disappointed, and I'll say this to Ms. Bergens and your staff. I'm very disappointed that the public has brought into question you and your staff's integrity, and certainly I think that's. I certainly don't wish to do that, and I hope you understand that. You were faced with a tremendous task to accomplish both activities in a very short period of time, and I appreciate the time that your staff worked and yourself worked overtime into the evenings and on the weekends to accomplish that, and I think you did an admirable job. I did want to also indicate, and I'm going to give you a short history lesson, if you don't mind, to the public, is that in 2020, we had 2 petitions that were circulated throughout the county. I was active in circulating both of those petitions on the ground, taking signatures of voters. One had to do with the Redevelopment Agency 2 up at Lake Tahoe, and that was circulated and instigated by, at that time, an audit committee member, Mr. Dave Maxwell, and he did a very good job and brought forward that petition and gathered the necessary signatures. They were certified and went through the notary process and was accepted by our then county clerk treasurer, Ms. Kathy Lewis, who is now, we have the benefit of having as our chief financial officer, and there was never brought into any question that particular petition. On the other hand, I was also one of the petitioners, okay, one of the 5 petitioners on the Park Development Agreement initiative to have that go before the voters. I was one of 5 petitioners to have that item go before the voters. And I find this ironic that here we are in what I consider a Yogi Berra moment, okay? We have deja vu all over again. And what I'm focused on is that the Petitioners Committee talks about how much scrutiny they paid to these petitions. And yet 127 were not properly notarized. Now, while they're actively participating and making sure everything else, all the I's are dotted, all the T's are crossed, and everything is done properly, they failed to recognize the fact that petitions were submitted without proper notarization of 127 signatures. And I would suggest today that if that activity had taken place, we wouldn't be here today. If those 127, it failed by 112, If those 127 had been properly notarized, we would not be here today and taking over 3 hours to discuss this issue. That would have been done. It would have been over. So, and I want to mention also that Commissioner Noasad was also a circulator and one of the petitioners on that 2020 initiative. And I can attest to the fact that we sat in meetings and Commissioner Noasad and I both felt disenfranchised when that petition got denied. And we also filed for denial of insufficiency. And we were told by the judge, sorry, you failed, okay? So for us to deny today a certificate of insufficiency would be to reward the committee for their failure to properly notarize and then invalidate the hard work of our duly elected, independent clerk treasurer of this county. And I think that that would set a tremendous, dangerous precedent. I cannot believe we're going down this road again 4 years later by the same person that was the chief petitioner. But that's where we are today. So it troubles me. It really, really troubles me to have to say that these folks, for whatever reason, were denied. But once again, if that had been properly notarized, we would not be sitting here today discussing this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments? Would someone be kind enough to make a motion?
Mr. Chairman, before we go on, yes, I signed the petition. Yes, I will disclose that I am against the VHRs. However, I'm going to exclude myself from the vote on this issue. Hope you're happy.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hales, did you want to make a motion?
I move to approve the Douglas County Clerk's certificate of petitions insufficiency issued on the initiative petition amending Douglas County Development Code Title 20, Section 20.622, Lake Tahoe Home Rentals VHR ordinance to the petitioners committee.
Is there a second? I'll second that. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion by the board? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed?
No, and I'm going to state no because I don't believe we can make a good decision without having the information that was provided at 4:30 yesterday and also a copy of the signatures that they compared them to. So without having that knowledge, I will not vote for it.
Thank you. The motion passes 3-1, and we are going to recess for lunch.
Dinner, right?
Lunch, dinner?
It was a joke. Never
Lunch,
mind.
dinner, brunch, whatever you want to call it. We will be back at 3:15. Okay, I hope everybody enjoyed their late lunch. For some of us, it's almost dinner time, but oh well. So we will get back on the agenda. So item number 4 for possible action, discussion on the adoption of ordinance 2023-1629, an ordinance amending Douglas County Code 10.12.050 relating to regulations for parking within the town of Minden, including the ability to place a lien on real property for imposed fines. This is our second reading. J.D. Frisbee, you're on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity. This is the second reading. Our first reading happened last month. Again, just to reiterate, we're just in the process right now of cleaning up some of our codes as it relates to the town of Minden. We came before you last month with the trash. Now we're looking at some parking. This conversation really stemmed from an item that came before you probably 2 months ago in regards to the multifamily housing along Monte Vista. The town at the time was concerned about on-site parking within those approved developments. We have some issues with some other multifamily units. And so we made the condition that we weren't going to allow parking on Monte Vista. This board met and you guys decided that it was fine to allow parking, which is okay. But it did add to conversations between myself, county manager's office, on the proper way of handling these situations in the future, because the town has taken the initiative of adding some no parking areas within the town boundaries. We just have never been able to have any teeth when it came to those because they weren't added into code. And so this addition to code will allow the town boards to hear items, whether it come from members of the community or town staff as regards to safety concerns that we hear, that they'll be able to weigh in on these decisions as a town board and make the decisions on what streets should be appropriate to close and not close for certain reasons, and then be able to enforce it. So just again, clean up. If you have any questions for me at this time, I'm available to answer them.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Since this is an action item, we'll open it for public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Mimi Mossman, and resident. Thank you, JD, for your comments. I did speak with him earlier. I'm not opposed to the adoption of this ordinance. However, I would bring to your attention that in 2015, the Board of Commissioners amended Douglas County Code Title 10.08.030, which authorized the Town of Minden Board, quote, by resolution, determine and direct that certain traffic control devices be placed and maintained in order to regulate traffic for the safe and expeditious movement of traffic, unquote. As a result, in my mind, how I see it, the town need only consider the placement of such traffic control devices at their regular meeting and adopt a resolution to enact the change. As long as the town agrees on the record that any traffic control changes, that is, the placement of no parking signs on residential streets, which JD mentioned regarding the Monte Vista Townhome project, it would be made part of a town public meeting where residents could comment on the change prior to adoption of a resolution as prescribed by Title 10, then I have no objection to the ordinance. My fear is that a town board member or town staff member in the future may request no parking signs be placed on a street, such as Monte Vista, due to residents' complaints without the benefit of a full public process. Prior to the board's action in 2015, the town was required to come forward to the board for an adoption of an ordinance. The changes made in 2015 alleviated the need for commissioner approval through an ordinance, but instead required the town adopt the change by resolution, which would guarantee review as part of a public process. To that end, I only request assurances that Title 10 will be followed by both the county and the town of Minden. Thank you.
Is there any further public comment? Excuse me, seeing none, I'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. Any discussion from the board? And if not, I look for one of those things that we pass, a motion to enact.
I'll make a motion to adopt ordinance 1223-1268, amending Douglas County Code 10. What's that? Am I doing it wrong?
Start over again. Your number was wrong.
Which one am I on?
2023-1629, not 1223.
You make the motion. Gosh, I thought I had it
Okay, I move for the adoption of ordinance 2023-1629, an ordinance amending Douglas County Code 10.12.050 relating to regulations for parking within the town of Mendon, including the ability to place a lien on real property for imposed fines.
I'll second that one.
And it looks like there is a typo in our agenda. Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes 5-0. Thank you, sir. Mr. Richter, you're up. This is item number 5 for possible action. Discussion to adopt resolution 2024R-014, establishing monthly sewer rates, fees, and charges for the Douglas County Sewer Utility for fiscal year 24-25 through fiscal year 2028 through 29, effective July 1st, 2024. Mr. Richter.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. Mr. Ricker is logging in to our computer. It looks like it timed out and we'll need just a moment to bring his presentation up. This item, I'll just give some introductory comments if it's appropriate, sir, so to buy time. This item appears as a result of a a sewer rate study that directed at the county by the county commission. And the sewer rates that were recommended were brought forward previously in a presentation to you. This item, in order to formally adopt the rates that were being recommended within that rate window, is required action by the board, further action by the board through a resolution. And with that, I'd turn this over to Mr. Ricker for a presentation.
Commissioners, thank you. Phil Rittger, Director of Public Works for the record. As County Manager Davidson mentioned, and I did see it in an earlier correspondence, by the way, I just want to clarify that utility rates are approved by resolution, not by ordinance. So the fact that we were here a little over a month ago, 45 days ago, was really on your opportunity, our opportunity to present to you the results of the FCS group study on the rate resolution study itself and the rate study, and provide or give the board an opportunity to provide recommendations or comments on the resolution that we would be bringing forward, which is what we're doing here today. So. Most of this presentation, I'm just going to go through it quickly, I think. It's the same as, essentially functionally the same as it was last time around, but for purposes of just refreshing your memory, I will run through this quickly unless you deem it not necessary. So this sewer rate resolution that we're bringing forward today, as I said, was done based on the FCS group consulting group, their analysis of the financials and the financial health of the sewer utility. It will fund all of the daily operations and maintenance of at the current service levels. It will ensure the long-term financial sufficiency of this enterprise fund, and also meet all the debt service and bond requirements for the foreseeable future. We are, as a utility, as an enterprise fund, operating under some guiding policies and principles that are in place by the county. Principally that the operating reserve needs to be maintained within a 60 to 90 day operating, within the next 60 to 90 days of the operating expenses, Capital reserves are the 2% of the cost of system assets, and debt service has to be greater than 1.25% or a multiple of that. In this rate resolution, there is a condition in the rate resolution or a variance from that, in that right now the rate model would predict that in fiscal year 2025 that we will dip below the 60-day for the system operating reserves. It's a temporary, or it's a one-year deviance. But we felt it was a logical thing to do as opposed to bringing forward a rate resolution that required an 8 to 9% increase in the first year. This allows us to spread that out with a known variance, which is what we're asking for in this resolution, or recommending in this resolution. This is the financial model, the results of the financial modeling. It shows the dark blue line, or dark line there is the cash operating expenses on an annual basis projected out through fiscal year 2029. It also shows the existing debt service. We're not projecting to take on any additional debt service within the next 5 years. This is really the existing debt service. It also has, then in the dash line is the projected revenue that comes in from the rate study. And you'll see that it is that without any change right now, we're operating actually below the current operating and debt service level. We will move into sufficiency within 2025, and then be able to have some capital. The projection is that we will generate some additional revenue for capital expenditures, rate paid for capital expenditures without having to take any debt service as we move out in the model. And then we're not projecting to go further than that. The model is for a 5% increase in fiscal year 25, 4% in fiscal year 26, and then really right now a cost of living projection of 3% for the balance of this study. This is showing the operating reserves. As I said, we'll dip below in 2025. You'll see that it dips below the lower threshold of 60 days, but we meet that back up within 2026, and then are in the healthy range between the 60 and 90 days for the balance of the period. This is just a summary of the capital improvement projects that are built into this program. These are also will be brought forward as part of the CIP program as we talk about budget discussions coming up in the very near future. The other thing in this resolution is an update to the sewer connection fees. Those were last assessed back in, I think it goes all the way back to almost 2006. This is an update to that. Anyway, the result will be a consolidated rate or a consolidated connection fee right now at $9,960. It is currently in around $7,000, so it's an increase to that. But based on the capital needs and the infrastructure needs. And with that, I'll open it up for questions from the commission.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've had this before us with presentation only about a month ago. Is that right? A little over a month ago, maybe?
A little over a month ago, about 45 days. And it was for possible action back then, not to adopt the resolution, but to provide input on the results of the study.
Right, and I think, and so that leads to my question: is what kind of public comments have we received since that time on this? I know it seems to be on the first year fairly aggressive, but then it levels out over the remaining portion of the ordinance or the resolution. So What kind of pushback have we gotten from the residents in this regard?
None to my knowledge.
This is for possible action, so we'll open it for public comment.
Not that I was encouraging public comment with my comment.
Yeah. Seeing none, I will close public comment and bring it back to the board. We have one public comment. You got to be quick.
Arthur Erickson's my name, and all my question is what's it going to cost me a month? Because right now, I have sewer and valley of $72.08 a month on my bill. What's my bill going to look like after this is done? I can't figure out all the math and stuff, so.
Phil Ritker, Director of Public Works for the record. If you don't mind, I'll just answer that question. Under the rate resolution, in fiscal year 2025, that rate will go to $75.68.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board again. Commissioner Hales.
I believe careful work has been done and a foundation has been laid, and this needs to happen to keep this fund sound. So I'm in favor. Are we ready for a motion?
Ready for a motion.
I move approval of Resolution 2024-R-014, establishing monthly sewer rates, fees, and charges for the Douglas County Sewer Utility for fiscal year 24-25 through fiscal year 28-29, effective July 1, 2024.
Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It passes 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Richter.
Thank you, Commissioners.
All right, we'll move on. Actually, we might actually get through this before dark. Moving right along, for presentation only, and this will be from Ernie Strelo. Sorry about that, Ernie. Introduction of ordinance 2024-1635, an ordinance amending chapter 20.622 of the Douglas County Code, limiting by restricting vacation home rentals, VHRs, in the Lincoln Park residential community. This is the first reading. Sir.
Good afternoon. Ernie Strelo for the record. I don't know if you had enough of VHRs yet, so I thought I'd just talk about that. So this is just a first read in the references I have. In the packet is page 444 to 470, and then I added some supplemental items last night. I apologize for doing that. I had very little time between the Planning Commission meeting and today. So on page, I think it's 305 or 30, page 30 to 109 in the supplemental, and it was based on the viewer pages. So I don't think there's numbers on the actual pages, but so this is for presentation only. It's the introduction of ordinance 2024-1635, an ordinance amending chapter 20.622 of the Douglas County Code by limiting and restricting vacation home rentals in the Lincoln Park residential community, and it's a first reading. And that's all I have. Back to you, Chair.
Commissioner Hales.
I don't have questions, but I want to say something about this, which is we were accused this morning of not hearing, of not listening to members of the public. And I want to submit that this effort is evidence that we have heard, that we care very much, that we want to get this right. And this builds on a solid foundation of advisory board work and staff work to get an ordinance that balances well the interests of VHR owners and neighboring property owners, which has been our effort all along. And I'm pleased with this work. I think that these additional regulations in this really unique neighborhood will benefit that neighborhood, and I feel that we need to move this forward and then let it work without finessing it any further this year, and that way the VHR Advisory Board can carefully watch which of these things are effective and which maybe are less important, and what might we want to do to improve it later, but to let it work for now.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I'm looking at the notes on the supplemental right now, and I see in Speaker 8, I don't know who that was, but anyways, they indicate that perhaps the Tahoe Beach Club, in their direct comments here, the Tahoe Beach Club, look at this process and perhaps look at adopting these types of regulations within their HOA. I know that we have taken a hands-off approach when it comes to HOAs. We don't interfere with them. An HOA has the right to completely mandate that they have no vacation home rentals in their HOA. We don't infringe on that. And so I think that the VHR board brought us some very, very good recommendations in regards to this, and I am encouraging. I've had questions from other neighborhoods and HOAs about why weren't we included? Why weren't we included? Why weren't we included? And I would suggest that those HOAs have the ability to change their own bylaws, and we will respect that. And these are some very good guidelines that they could take advantage of and institute themselves without having to come back to the VHR board, to Planning Commission, or us. So I would encourage the HOAs that are involved in this and want to look at these restrictions, that they take it upon themselves to do that. But I agree with Commissioner Hales. It'll be nice to see how this plays out over the next year, so that we can basically get a better feel for it, because I think they're very comprehensive and very thoughtful. So with that, I will shut up.
Thank you, Commissioner Tarkanian.
I'm going to shock people. I disagree with both Commissioner Rice and especially Commissioner Hales in saying that we balanced some type of acts interests. I'm not going to get in here and rehash this vote. We took a vote, and I, for one, am going to stand by the votes that go there. But this was called a death trap by our chairman, and we reduced one VHR to bring it down to 15%, which is the highest you can have in any neighborhood. So in this death trap, this board has approved to keep the highest number of VHRs possible. Okay, let me get to what I really wanted to ask. Mr. Strelo, did you change some of the language in here at the direction of Commissioner Hales?
Ernie Strelo for the record. Yeah, I noted that in the staff report.
Okay, so she asked you to take out, it's on page 34 of the supplement, forget the Tahoe Township high density. Let's get to the two things that was mentioned in a specific email. She wanted you to take out that that it does not resemble the existing residential uses made by residents. Do you recognize that language?
Do I recommend any of that language?
Recognize where that language resembles the existing residential uses made by residents. Let me help you. It's part of the Douglas Code for VHRs, right?
Okay.
It's part of the Douglas Code. And if it's part of the Douglas Code, why would you remove it? I mean, why are we having this removed if, every one of our VHRs is supposed to resemble and whatever numbers are there resemble the residential uses made by the residents. There is no need to remove it. Second thing she put in there to remove was it's a distance from a high-density tourism zones. Do you remember the hearing that we had on north of K-Rock?
Ernie Strelo for the record, yes, I do.
I would hope so. We voted 3-2 as a board that we would ban VHRs north of K-Rock. For one of the reasons was because it was away from the high-density tourism zones, right? That's sort of called precedent by the board. It's like a legal deal, you know, you have the judges, they give a precedent, well, this is a precedent by the board. Why do we take it out now if it's already been voted on a precedent of the board, particularly by one commissioner? Well, you know, look
I have an answer, may I?
Well, that's okay, you can ask when I'm done. I'm almost done. I just want to finish up why I think we got to this point. Now, Commissioner Hell stated in the last meeting that she would stand by all the decisions of the board, even the one that she had on the VHRs, what she disagreed with. However, now what we find out is she's doing the bidding for one of her husband's former clients. This guy, who again was a California resident, who's never voted in Lake Tahoe, Douglas County, whose business is in Douglas County. He writes an email to the entire board except me, to all the planning commissioners, and he says, you got to take this language out. This is less than a day after the agenda came out. And he demands the language come out. He doesn't demand it. This is a guy, now remember, this is a guy that lied over and over again, saying that there was no violations from his tenants that rent the place when he did. In fact, he violated himself when he trespassed. And he puts in this language. This language should be immediately removed from the packet. We are investigating who was responsible for this language suddenly appearing in the agenda. If you have any knowledge of who added this language, please share it with our team. Last thing we should be doing is giving a guy like this some kind of influence over the board and appease these type of threatening calls, particularly by the county commissioner whose husband has a complete conflict because she worked for this law firm
Wait,
this individual.
all wrong. All wrong.
No, it's
All
not wrong.
wrong.
You've already acknowledged it.
No,
You
I
wanted- you
never.
wanted
You
that-
said
you want-
she. I never.
You already acknowledged it. You just say he was an independent contractor. He worked for the law firm, whether as an employee or an independent contractor. He worked for the law firm that has started the FOIA request, filed the lawsuit against us, and not only that, but almost the majority of the lawsuit that they filed is using the language from the commissioner whose husband who's worked for that law firm. I think that's outrageous that we would give this guy any credibility, and now we give him even more credibility to take out language that's already in the ordinance and already precedent by the board because one county commissioner requests that to happen.
No, if I may, Commissioner Chair. This board voted on my motion. My motion said to create additional regulations in Lincoln Park based on the factors that I listed. Those factors did not include distance from high-density tourism, did not include resembling existing uses. Based on the vote that this board passed, that's why I asked for that language to be taken out, because a majority of this board did not include that language, and this should never have been included in this motion, because that was not the direction, in this ordinance, because that was not the direction of a majority of this board. I'm not going to address the other garbage you brought up because it's irrelevant and outlandish.
I'm not going to get into debate. But I would think language from the ordinance itself is a given that it would be part of what every decision we make as a board.
All right, are we done with slings and arrows? All right, this is for presentation only. Get that smile off your face. You're enjoying this way too much. Okay, this was for presentation only. I believe it's been thoroughly presented. So we will move on to item number, scratched off, 7, For presentation only, introduction of ordinance 2024-1634, an ordinance approving a zoning map amendment, development application DP 240016, and plan development overlay over an 89.39 acre residential subdivision site and changing the zoning designation at the site from A19 agricultural 19 acre minimum lot size to SFR 8,000 single family residential 8,000 square foot minimum lot size, NFR multifamily residential, and PF public facility zoning, each within the PD overlay. The board may also discuss the associated tentative subdivision map. The subject property comprises the first neighborhood of the Buckeye Farm specific plan. The property owner is Park Ranch Holdings, LLC, represented by Keith Rubin, R.O. Anderson Engineering, APNs 1320-29-501-003 and 1320-29-601-003 and 1320-28-000-046 and 1320-28-000-047. First reading, Kate Morales O'Neill. Did I get it right?
So close. Morales, no A, not Morales. It's okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners.
He's doing pretty good. It took me.
Again, for the record, Kate Morales O'Neill, Douglas County Planning Division. I will not repeat that very long description, but again, this is just the first reading, presentation only of ordinance 2024-1634. We will be back on March 7th for the second reading and presentations by the applicant. But if there are any questions or anything you have for us, happy to answer.
Commissioner Gardner.
I did have a question. For some reason, it keeps going off. Anyways, the only question I have is, in 2019, I believe this, the park development agreement was approved, if I'm not mistaken, 2019? Okay, and at that time, the board approved the movement of the receiving area from Topaz Ranch Estates, Sleeping Elephant Ranch, to this area. And so, and a receiving area allows up to 16 homes per acre. And this says, established a PD overlay zone over an A19 agricultural 19 acre minimum lot size. Wasn't that, so I guess my question is, wasn't that previously done? Doesn't the overlying zoning take precedence over the underlying zoning, no?
So, no, so the.
I'm just trying to get it clear in my head,
No,
that's
I
all.
understand. So the zoning right now is the A19. So the PD overlay, which we're introducing, is going to set the standard so that the SFR 8000 will be the standard. That's why we needed the zoning map amendment application. That zoning map amendment application is for the SFR 8000. So that changes the A19 to SFR 8000 and sets the development standards for those parcels. From there, now you need the PD in order to increase density, adjust setbacks. That's why you come in with the PD overlay on top of the zoning map amendment application.
I'm getting an education here, so I appreciate that, okay? I'm not in objection to it, I thought it had already been taken care of.
That's okay.
I had a question. Is the applicant here?
Yes, he is.
Can I ask him a question? Hi, how's it going? Yeah, nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Mr. Park, this is in the flight path area, right?
Portions, actually, most of the Buckeye Farms is not. There's portions of the ranch that are in the flight path.
This development itself, though, is this, I was told that it was in the flight path and it's
For
2
the most
miles.
part, yes, it's out.
Well, would you have a problem with adding in there that you would notify or put some kind of notice in your CCNRs that this is in the flight path, so at least the people buying it would know that?
I believe we've had that discussion with staff, correct? Yeah.
No, I think,
Yeah.
okay, you okay with that? Because our staff had told me that we made a more strenuous request, trying to put it in the what do you guys call it? Oh, you do know, we talked about it on Tuesday. Okay, anyways, that they wanted you to put like on a recorded,
Aggravation easement.
that it was going to be deed restricted. Come on, Mr. Assistant District Attorney. Anyways, so, but the suggestion is maybe not having something so intrusive, maybe just something in the CCNR so the people would know.
No, that's not what we agreed upon.
Okay.
That was a condition that initially that the staff introduced, but as part of we went to Planning Commission, they suggested that we go back and work with staff to the conditions we came up with about a week ago, and that was removed.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
What?
All right, any more questions by the board? All right, this is for presentation only. So thank you very much, and we'll get to the meat of it next time. All right, we'll move on to number 8, which is for presentation only. Introduction of ordinance 2023-1630, revising Title 20 of the Douglas County Code, including 1, repealing the existing text of chapters 20.800, chapter 20.810, and 20.820, and replacing it with a new text. And number 2, repealing the existing text of Appendix B, Uniform Code Revisions, and replacing it with new text separated into appendices B, B1, and B2. First reading, and this sounds very technical.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Rice. I appreciate the opportunity to address all the commissioners. I have Tim Davis with me here. He's our Douglas County building official. This is a result of lots of work on behalf of many individuals within this county. I just want to point out we have the fire districts representatives in the back, and we appreciate all their efforts in their work in coming up with a solution. We are just introducing this, which you've read into the record, which was the requirement per NRS 244-100, and we're available for any questions. I do apologize for having 577 pages, I believe, added to your packet for this, but this was kind of what Kate had brought up in the training, Planning 101 training that she provided the first of the year about repealing and replacing code. And this is the reason why we want to do that. There's a lot of information in here. The way it was written earlier on, that we had code in Title 800, and that was being revised, which should have been in Appendix B. And so we moved a lot of that language. I think you heard this morning from public comment that we removed it from the code, but that's not actually removed. It just got relocated into Appendix B. So Appendix B is where you'll find all the amendments to the code. And what we're proposing with this is to adopt the Northern Nevada amendments as a document, as part of code, which is what the region does. And for some reason, Douglas County in the past has chosen to cut those Northern Nevada amendments, put them verbatim in our Appendix B as modifications. So we're just trying to be a little more consistent, which reduced our building code section revisions down to 27 pages, I believe, is what we ended up with. So we're available for any questions that you may have if at this time, but we'll be back for a full-blown presentation, which happens to be included in the packet.
For those that like a little light reading. All right, Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you. And I don't need to be the first one, by the way, on it, up here on this. But so please feel free to jump in whenever you. As we're going through Title 20, and I know that your offices are very hard at work in revising all of Title 20, is this the method in which we expect Title 20 to come back to us as a piecemeal document here, there, and rather than one full document to try to go through? What is your mindset in that regard?
Thank you, Commissioner Gardner. My mindset for this is hopefully bring you back a code. We could go by chapter if that's what you prefer, but once we get some sort of draft written, we have unfortunately been working on other projects. We haven't been able to focus a lot on code in the last couple of months, but we are refocusing on that again in the future. So we'll come back with a plan to see what you guys, how the board would like to hear the code. Otherwise, I think a repeal and replace would be very adequate.
Any other questions? No comments. I'm just waiting for the fist fight to break out is all, that's all. Okay, and that was in jest, by the way, please. Everybody takes everything so seriously. You've got to have a little humor. All right, if there's no questions, thank you, Tom. I'm sorry, Mr. Dallaire. All right, for possible action, discussion to abandon a portion of the existing public road right-of-way, approximately 2,732 square feet in size, located on Topsy Lane, granted under serial number, I didn't know we serialized streets, NORA 78552 by the United States Department of the Interior Bureau of Land Management, DP 23-0233. The applicant is J.C. Kelly Knowles, 2, an LLC, and assessor parcel number 1420-05-210-001. Mr. Hutchings.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jeremy Hutchings, you're still your county engineer, believe it or not. So this is agenda item 9 on page 1,560 in your packet. Sorry, Mr. Gardner, I don't have any jokes tonight. So this is just straight. We'll get her done.
You were reading my mind. I was going to ask, where's the joke?
I wish I had something funny. So where the project is located is just off of Topsy Lane. So here's my point of reference. Home Depot's right here, 395 North, banger right on Topsy. Lila Lane's actually not maintained by the county, but it's between Lila and roughly and Lehman Lane. And in the back, over my left shoulder, is Ken Hendricks, the owner. So that's where we are. What are we doing? So we have a petition to abandon that portion of right-of-way, and this is really my best slide of the night. This red boundary roughly shows the area that Mr. Hendricks is petitioning for abandonment, And the yellow is some good mood music right there. The yellow is the highlighted area that he's looking to have us abandon. So just to show you what's going on is the original right-of-way from the BLM was granted. It's extended 128 feet, across Topsy for the future extension of Topsy. And that was, back in the day. And since that time, it's been determined that Topsy Lane, kind of the design you see now, the right-of-way width will be reduced to about 108 feet, and that's enough for our needs. So there's no reason for us to hang on to it. So we'll be dedicating back or relinquishing this area if approved. Just another exhibit showing the area with the topography. Financially, there's no negative impact to the county that I can determine, and also we didn't pay for that right away. As near as I can determine, it was a BLM grant. John Urban is our streets guy in Public Works. He's supportive of it. So public comment, well, we didn't receive any public comment germane to the application. We did receive, I talked to Max Bear, who you might know better as, it might be before you guys' time, but he was Jethro in the Hillbillies shows. It was
Before your time, not mine.
I love that show. So I talked to Jethro. He just wanted to get more information on the project. And then Mr. Vicario and his wife, Ms. Sullivan, were concerned about, they live kind of, on this exhibit, they live kind of in one of these houses off of Lila. And there's some conditions on the subdivision that aren't really germane to the application we're talking about, but it's stuff like buffers from their house, walls getting built. So I noted that in the staff report and here, but it's not germane to the abandonment. I think Mr. Vicario might be here. So I don't have any conditions of approval. It's pretty straightforward. So here's the NRS finding. If there's no reason to hang on to it, we can order the abandonment to be, the easement to be vacated. And then here's the recommended motion. If you're ready, and if you have any questions, I can try to answer some questions. But I'll put the motion back up on the screen. Happy to answer any questions. And we're done.
Any questions from the board? What a surprise. All right. Seeing none, then this is for possible action. I will open it for public comment.
Thank you. I'm Jerry Vaccaro from Avante Properties in Sullivan. We're opposed to this because Topsy Lane is not fully improved yet. It's supposed to be double the width that it is currently. When I moved there 30 years ago, Topsy Lane was a gravel road. And the only reason we got any blacktop on it was I had the prior engineer to Jeremy, which was Mahmoud Azad, came out there and physically looked at the site and said, this is unacceptable. He got the County Commissioner Brown at the time to come in and put some black grindings on it to grind it until Lennar Homes came in and approved the paving of the street, which is half of what it's supposed to currently be. Now, this new developer has come in. We have a 50-foot buffer all the way around our property, granted by this commission. Bernie Curtis and Mr. Wessinger. We have a 50-foot buffer all the way around our property. Lila Lane is a private road. It is not dedicated. Topsy Lane is a dedicated county road. Topsy Lane north of Topsy is a dedicated county road. So we're looking for protection from encroachment, which was the big concern to begin with when BLM came in and chopped everything up and granted Douglas County $5 million from the sale of that property. Have you received any of the $5 million yet? BLM promised Douglas County $5 million. BLM has got $40 million from that sale. This photo that was sent to me by Jeremy is inaccurate. And if that's what you're giving the public proof, it's not a current photograph, okay? So I'm looking for some direction here and some protection for our residential privacy. After 30 years of paying taxes and trying to get some peace and quiet, we would like some sort of justification, and I don't think we're getting it. And this abandonment of public property, you don't know if you're going to use that because the road has to be double the width that it is today. So why are we giving away public property to this developer? What is this developer going to use that property for? So my questions are, what's the purpose of it? And what gain is it to Douglas County by giving up that public right-of-way? And what is the cost for that gift to the developer? And who's the winner here? The only winner here is BLM. They got $40 million for sagebrush.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Okay. We would like to see some justification. Thank you.
We didn't know that.
Jason Gibson with the Good Governance Group once again. I doubt anyone on this board dispatched their personal assistant or any member from the board norms and procedures to dialogue with the public before the meeting. If it were me, I'd have folks from the norms and procedures, my personal assistant, talking to these people before the meeting, in between the meeting, at lunch, every opportunity I can to find out who these people are and what they know. It's not how they do business. I'm talking about this ordinance right here. This has everything to do with this ordinance. We got to find out about what these elders know. We got to act on their knowledge in formulating policy. This particular consent calendar item is something that takes its cues from the strategic plan. How is it that the Planning Commission has a strategic plan that it produced to the Planning Commission earlier this week that has no knowledge or takes no cues whatsoever from the strategic plan that's being orchestrated through our county manager? How is it that the county manager's strategic planning process has no coordination with the Planning Commission strategic planning process? What if the strategic planning process and the Planning Commission's objectives don't coincide with the strategic plan for the county at large? Then you have a conflict of interest. The right hand doesn't know what the left hand's doing here, folks. You're being paid way too much money for this kind of governance. This meeting costs us about $60,000. We deserve better representation. We need a decentralization of the think tank here. It's not all about you. It's not your government. It's a government of the people by the people. Another development project. Did we get the $5 million? Nobody knows. But I tell you what, if you get somebody like me behind that seat and I find savings like that, you're going to get a cut of it. You're going to find a way to make a living addressing the maladministration of this kind of efficiency, and we're going to give you a residual for it. And then we're going to match your residual income that you have discovered for us to your favorite nonprofit to motivate the people and to empower the people so that they get a piece of the pie. How about that for a change?
Jim Jackson, nice campaign speech. My only question on this is if you're going to abandon this stretch of land and it goes to a developer, if I understand it right, why doesn't the developer pay the county for it? There should be some value to it. and everything. So do we just give it up and let the developer walk off with the land, and then he develops it and makes money off of it, and we've just given it away? I think to look out for the taxpayers in the county, we should look at it from the point, okay, the developer wants it, we can abandon it, let's sell it to them. Let's not just give it to them.
Any further public comment? And you've got your light on.
Good afternoon. For the record, Ken Hendricks. I am the manager for JC Valley Knolls 2. We are the developer of the Topsy Lane project. I just wanted to clear a couple of things. We actually own that property, and there's an easement across it that BLM put onto it 20 years ago. We've already dedicated through a map process, offered for dedication and the improvements on that road. That's 80 feet wide, that meets all county requirements for collector street status. This is just a leftover parcel, and I must also tell you that this sunsets in 10 more years, and I get the property back. So we were just looking to speed the process up so that we could continue on with what we're doing. And I'm here for questions if you have any questions. Thank you.
Well, yeah, either you or maybe Jeremy can. One of the questions that was raised by this first speaker was that you needed 180 feet, so you need 80 more feet. Is there enough room that the county's maintaining the property to get to that?
No, Mr. Tarking, I can answer that, Ken. The minimum width would be 80 feet over here. That's enough for our arterial streets. So that's like 4 lanes. So we don't need more right away right now.
You gotta treat me like a little baby that doesn't understand anything.
We don't need
So
more
it's
width.
108 feet right now. Is that what that line means?
Right, so over here, it would be 108 feet that's
Okay.
already been
And
dedicated.
right now, how big is the two lanes?
128.
What's that?
128 feet. You see this distance right here? So this is 128 if you follow my cursor across.
Yeah, no, I was asking how big this lane. Okay, let's just take it another way. The gentleman there is worried that we're not going to be able to build the road according to what was promised to him. And I think you said, did you say it was 180 feet that was promised?
Topsy Lane
Topsy Lane.
was supposed to be 4 lanes wide for the emergency vehicles to get into the Lennar development. And now you're putting more homes on that street.
Okay. So does this cover 4 lanes for the emergency vehicles that the county is going to maintain?
It does not have 4 lanes today, no.
No, does a county retain enough land to build 4 lanes
Yes.
later to cover the 4 lanes and an emergency vehicle?
Yes.
So his concerns would be satisfied. There will be, if there is a need for it, there would be 4 lanes and that can handle emergency vehicles. That's the first thing he talked about.
Correct.
One of the things about the BLM, it's my understanding that BLM gives maintains a certain amount and gives so much to the county or the state for environmental purposes or environmental land and stuff. Would you have any knowledge whether that happened or not? And if so, it was so long ago. I mean, the money is given by BLM. It's not like it's kept from it. Like you're suggesting that they didn't give it to you. This happens all the time in Nevada. BLM sells land and they get a certain amount. The state does. Can you address that?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. Doug and I were just having a sidebar conversation about this, and neither one of us can recall in the course of our career this specific arrangement with BLM. Doug, do you want to speak to that? We think it was over 18 years ago.
Jacques Chagoin was on the board at that time, so whenever that was.
I can just tell you from my experience, they split there's a certain percentage that's mandated by whatever agreement they had, where the counties get so much money. This happens in Clark County all the time, and the rest goes to the BLM. The money's given to Clark County. It's supposed to be used to purchase and maintain environmental areas. The other thing that was mentioned, so this is not property the county owns. This is just an easement for the right-of-way.
Right, fee title is owned by Mr. Hendricks.
So, that's, first of all, I was going to ask you how much, if you did an appraisal, figure out how much money that long strip of land, which you can only maybe expand a backyard of a home would be.
We don't get paid for it unless we've paid for it, if that makes sense. So since we didn't.
What
we
I'm
don't.
saying is the speakers mentioned that the developers getting, I just want to make sure this is clear, that we're not trying to give the developer a special deal. Is that property of any value to anybody except maybe the developer who has that land, because you can't build anything on that real narrow spot? And particularly if we only have an easement, we don't even own the land. You guys didn't do any evaluation to see how much of a value that easement is before we're going to give it away?
That's not required.
No, but it's nice to know.
No, you can see the size. It's 27,000 square feet, so it's
Yeah.
about a half acre, but you can see how narrow it is. It's about 20 feet on the south, so it's maybe 40 to 50 feet on the
Yeah.
east end.
I don't know for sure, but it doesn't seem like it'd be of too much value, particularly if it's only an easement. My last question, I didn't understand what the speaker was saying about Lyle Lane and that there's supposed to be a buffer. I want to make sure that that's not being infringed upon.
So that's what I mentioned. Mr. Vaccaro is pointing out some conditions that are placed on the subdivision as a whole. So there's conditions about setbacks from existing development in this area and some walls to be built at certain stages. It's not germane to this application. Mr. Hendricks could come forward.
Just so the speaker understands then, this transferring the easement or abandonment of the easement is not going to change the setbacks that he's been promised.
It won't have any impact at all on the conditions of approval of the previous subdivision.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Gardner.
And I don't know if this is relevant to this particular issue. We talked, I heard some comments about 4-lane road and Topsy Lane. In this particular area of Topsy Lane, that is Douglas County proper, right? I know that as you get further out on Topsy Lane, then the other side of Topsy Lane becomes Carson City, and we're on this side. But my question is, there's a tremendous amount of homes that are already on the books to be built in this area, and through previous actions of the board, not this board, but previous boards, is there a intent to expand Topsy Lane in this area to 4 lanes, and who has that responsibility? Is it the developer or is it the county? And once again, I don't know if that's relevant to this particular action item, but I'd be curious.
I could go backwards first, so it's not relevant, but the developer would pay for it, and there would be 4 lanes, I think, up closer to Topsy at the intersection. There's more development to come in Riverwood / this area as well. So it'll be, at some point, 4 lanes. I don't know off the top of my head where that necking down happens, but any street improvements are typically placed on the developer.
I'd sure like to get that knowledge for
I
us if we could.
can dig that up for you independently,
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Gardner.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Noset.
Yes. A question on the 4 lanes. How far east will that 4 lanes go?
Yeah, I don't know for the record off the top of my head exactly how far the 4 lanes goes, but regardless, there's plenty of right of way. We could build 4 lanes in a center turn lane, 5 lanes at 80 feet. There's plenty of room.
Well, it seems kind of strange if we only do it on that land that's in question right now. You're going to have 4 lanes reduced to 2 to go into another development.
Yeah, can you repeat the question? I guess I'm not
The
understanding.
question is, I want to know how far those 4 lanes should go, I think.
Do you know, Tom, how far it's going off the top of your head?
Yeah, Tom Delaire, for the record, Community Development Director. So we had a specific plan for the North Valley that Douglas County actually created in 2000. And in that plan, it was another commercial subdivision. There was supposed to be a casino, if I recall, a 16 movieplex or something, big complex, and it needed 4 lanes down to where this new Lehman Drive is proposed. I don't believe that the 4 lane went all the way down the hill and to Center Drive, which is where the county line is and Carson City's line combines, and then you go across the street to, I believe it's Racetrack Drive, which is 2 lanes. The 4 lanes when we updated the specific plan, when the specific plan was updated, the 4 lanes goes from Highway 395 to where the proposed Riverwood right-of-way would be, which is the main road that's going to then connect Topsy to North Sunridge. Yep, right through there. And so that's where the 4 lanes go, and then it will taper back down to 2 lanes beyond that before we get to this piece of property. And then it's 2 lanes out, out to Center Drive. And that will handle the traffic for the residents that's being proposed.
Okay, just to get oriented, the red star is the land in question. And you said that it would go to Sunridge. Is that going to be a straight line on, through there?
Right.
Okay. All right. Got it.
And the developers working on those plans. We have plans in the office that, for a project, I believe you guys had a special use permit you guys saw, this board saw, that had, it was the senior care facility at that location. It was a special use permit required in that. They would build Riverwood for that section, and then they are working on the rest of that development along that alignment that you see there on the map.
Any further questions by the board?
That's in my backyard.
Okay, no further questions from the board? This is a possible action, so we will open it up.
Mr. Chair, we've already had
we
public
had
comment,
that.
yes.
Never mind. So we'll bring it back to the board. Do I hear a motion?
I was trying to help you folks get on the record today a little bit, okay? So I will I will move to abandon a portion of the existing public right-of-way, approximately 27,032 square feet in size, located at Topsy Lane, granted under serial number N-78552 by the United States Department of Interior, Bureau of Land Management, DP 23-0233, as stated.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
It looks like it passes 5-0.
Mr. Commissioner, Chairman, may I ask a point of privilege for 8 minutes, a break here?
Yes, sir. We'll take a break until 4:30. Okay, if we could come back to order at some point, we can get this canvas taken care of, and then hopefully we can be home before dark. Missing one. Yeah, no, you're not good. I can't see your face. All right, item number 10, a action item. Are we ready? All right. That's all right. I didn't throw anything at you. Yet. All right, for possible action. Discussion on the canvass of returns and declaring the results from the February 6, 2024 presidential preference primary election, entering an abstract of the results on the board's records, and ordering county clerk to certify the abstract as well as transmit the report to the Nevada Secretary of State in compliance with NRS 293.387. Amy Bergens, you're on.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to keep this brief, as I know we're all eager to get home before it's dark. I would be remiss if I didn't start by thanking my amazing staff. Every single one of them were so dedicated through this. This was an unknown. This election was new. There were some things that we had to figure out that were different for this election, and all of my staff stepped up. We're rock stars. As you know, we had a petition going on at the same time. We put in some very long hours, and there were no complaints. There was a lot of laughter, and if you go back and watch the live stream, you'll see a little bit of dancing in the election room, showing off some moves. And then I also, of course, want to thank my election workers. We were down to 46 election workers for this election. We usually get 100 to 120. It was a lot. It was a lot to not have the people that typically step forward, whether they were away. We have a lot of snowbirds that just aren't here. There were some people that just didn't feel there was a point to helping with this election. I'm hoping that all of them come back for the primary and the general this year. But the election workers that we did have were just amazing. We had some new ones, we had some returning, and all of them they hold a special place in my heart for being such true patriots and doing this for next to nothing. And then I also want to thank the Douglas County staff that stepped up to fill the holes that we had due to the small amount of election workers that we had this time. We had people from various departments that stepped up and attended the trainings, the online training, the in-person training, that learned the software so that they could work a 12 to 15 hour day on election day to help us out to be able to staff all of the locations. So with that, I will move on to requesting that the board certify the results of the presidential preference primary and allow or order me to send the certification and the abstract of the votes to the Secretary of State. Are there any questions?
Yeah, I heard there's a really big irregularity in that you did not get a filing fee from the winner of the GOP nomination.
My office, none of these candidates, I apologize, I did not catch that. It's been a long day.
All right, any comments from the board? Well, I'll make a comment before we go to public comment, which we have to have because it's for possible action. I want to commend you for what you put yourself and your people through. Not only did we have a primary process that isn't a primary, and we had two things going on at the same time, and I think that you and your office did a marvelous job, and thank you so much for what you do.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I do. Thank you.
And with that, I will open it to public comment.
Jim Jackson. Earlier, when we were having a nice heated discussion about the petition, a lot of accusations were being traded back and forth on who did their job, who didn't do their job. And while Ms. Bergens is still here, I was one that got up here and said, well, mistakes were made on both sides. Mistakes are always going to be made. I don't want you to think that we were taking any shots at you personally. I think that what was going on, I think the decision of the board was the correct decision, even though I had said let the people vote. I understand why you voted not to do that and everything. But I just wanted to clear that up, is that I think in most respects, the county has done a very good job at being open to what goes on. Sometimes we're not quite so clear as to what it is. And one of the things that I wanted to make sure that I could find out is, where do I verify my signature?
If there's anyone in the community that would like to ensure that their signature is the most up-to-date, I would highly suggest that you reach out to the election office and update it in your voter registration. I highly encourage that for everyone in the community. But thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you.
May I piggyback on top of that? Not only their signature, but also their address. I know that was, I moved back in August of last year, and that was one of the very first tasks that I accomplished, is making sure that my voter registration was updated with my new address. So I would hope the public pays attention to that, because we have another primary coming up in June, the first Tuesday of June, second Tuesday? Second Tuesday. So we're going to go through that whole process all over again. So very, very important that you go ahead and fill out a new voter registration form, which would also provide us with an updated signature and your address. Thank you.
Jason Gibson, Douglas County, Candidate 1, Board of County Commissioners, on behalf of Douglas County Ranchos. State integrity report right here is very clear. 2015, we are the 46th state in this country with a failure grade by the Public Center for Integrity in Government. One of the F grades comes in the electoral oversight category. 8 years later, nothing has changed. Some of the key points with the 3-hour discussion on the people's petition, which essentially was shot down because this board and this government is not for the people, by the people. It's for the government, by the government.
Sir, I'd ask you to get on track, because
this is
we
a
already
presidential
discussed that.
preference primary election topic of interest that talks about representation, democracy, and equity. The key points in that discussion were devoid of the fact of the matter that the decision was already made before we got here today.
Sir, we're talking about the canvas of the vote, not what happened prior.
We're talking about our elections and the integrity of elections.
No, sir, we are not. We are
Okay, well
talking
then we'll
about
just
the
you can have
canvas.
it your way there, Buckaroo.
Sir,
And we will go with the
stay on
presidential.
topic or you're done.
Only in Douglas County, Nevada, can you have a president win office by not showing up. The most crooked, corrupt example of maladministration and fraud in the history of any civilized world won the presidential vote in Nevada and didn't even have to show up. It's all about the money, ain't it? And every single Republican here who advocated for Donald Trump and for that ailing government, for that deadbeat fiction.
You're completely off topic, sir. Quiet. You're done. Sit down or get out. Is there any further public comment? Seeing no further public comment, I bring it back to the board. Commissioner Gardner.
Mr. Chair, I have no further comments. I echo your feelings in regards to the remarkable job that our clerk treasurer and her staff and other members of the public who participated in that process, the remarkable job that they did in a brand-new process that the state legislature introduced this year. And I would also observe the fact that Donald Trump was not even on that ballot. However, the ballot did win by none of the above. And I'm not sure I've ever met that person, but maybe someday I will. Anyways, so I move that we accept the canvass of the returns and declare the results from the February 6, 2024 presidential preference primary election, entering an abstract of the results in the board's records and ordering the, I don't like that word, ordering the county clerk to certify the abstract as well as transmit the report to the Nevada Secretary of State in compliance with NRS 293.387.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. An emphatic second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you so much, Amy.
Thank you all.
I'm sorry, Ms. Bergens. All right, that brings us to item last for presentation only, announcements, reports, updates from county commission members, including updates to the various boards and or commissions that they may be a member of or a liaison to, or meetings and functions they've attended, and any request by a commissioner for discussion of a future agenda item. And we will start at the far end and work our way back here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Boy, it keeps getting turned off. I don't, okay. Okay. Anyways, I would like the public to know that the annual National Association of Counties Legislative Conference took place last week, starting on Saturday and lasted through Tuesday. 3 of your commissioners attended that session, both the chairman and the vice chair and myself. I thought it was a very productive meeting and well worth it. I know I'm stealing a little bit of Commissioner Hale's thunder, but apparently she had the opportunity to meet with Senator Jackie Rosen and her staff on Thursday when she was there. Commissioner Rice and I did not get into town until late Friday, but we did have the opportunity to visit with Congressman Amade's chief of staff, or deputy chief of staff, and we had the opportunity later on in the afternoon on Tuesday to meet with Kyle Chapman of Senator Cortez Masto's staff. And our main thrust and focus during that meeting this last weekend was the Douglas County Economic Development and Conservation Act of 2019. Now, if you think things move slowly here in the county, you can add layers of molasses to that, the way things move through Congress. But we are encouraged through those meetings that we hopefully will have some resolution to that by the end of this calendar year, both on the House side of the affairs and also on the Senate side of the affairs, as we understand that Senator Cortez Masto has agreed to usher that through the Senate, and Congressman Amade, along with others, will usher that through the House. So for those of us, or those of you in the community that aren't aware of it, it does dedicate a tremendous amount of BLM property on the East Valley side of our county that will facilitate the ability of of not only open conservation areas, but also storm flood mitigation that is badly needed in this county. So we are actively pursuing that, and hopefully we'll get that passed by the end of this year. Hopefully. Not going to hold my breath, but hopefully. No, I don't know about that yet. So anyways, I did want to also indicate, I grew up in the Junior Chamber of Commerce organization, and they had 7 tenets listed in their creed. One of those tenets is government should be of laws rather than of men. In other words, you need to respect the rule of law, and it shouldn't become personal or individually directed. And I hold that tenet very close, and so a lot of times that's how I form my decisions on how I'm going to vote on particular issues, trying to take the personalities out of the equation and only look at what's in front of us and whether or not that meets the law. So anyways, with that, thank you very much for the opportunity to say a few words.
Thank you, Commissioner. You're going to pass also?
I agree that our work in Washington, D.C. was productive. I felt that the 3 offices we met with will move our concerns along. And we did talk about other things besides our lands bill, including microtransit, and they are interested and supportive. In addition, there were several classes and instructional sessions that I found very worthwhile to me as a somewhat new commissioner. So I appreciate the chance I had to go and learn and advocate for Douglas.
So I guess the ball's now in my court. It was my severalth time going back there for that, and every time has been productive. Maybe something didn't happen at the end of that, but at least we moved the ball down the field a little bit. One of the things that I have learned is that one of my favorite projects is the Kale Complete Street, and getting fiber optic cable to the folks that live in that area, and getting the streets fixed, getting the water that runs into the lake clean, and not running off of Highway 50. I found that, and I don't know if this is probably for publication or not, but seems like we were funded for Kale Complete Street. The only trouble is they sent it to Douglas County, Colorado.
We're getting it back.
Well, that's what they say. So anyway, we are working to try to get that funding back so that we can get that project going. And as that is from the north coming in, that's the entrance to our casino core. And it looks like it's the entrance to something else, and it ain't Disneyland, folks. So anyway, that hopefully is going to be rectified and taken care of. And since our last meeting, and my thing just went away. Since the last meeting, I had a TTD board meeting where we continue to discuss microtransit and moving it further into Douglas County. I also attended a LTVA, Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority board meeting where we discussed the presentation that we had here in this board, and the fact that there were some questions asked about pass-throughs that people didn't understand. So we're going to try to get more information so that people can understand what a pass-through is, and it's not a token to get on a conveyance. So anyway, that I must say that our time, again, our time in Washington DC, in my opinion, was very fruitful. And hopefully we can get some results this time. It would be a pleasure. So with that, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson for the record. I'm not trying to belabor this agenda item, but I can't miss an opportunity to remind the public that the Douglas County Strategic Plan can be found online, the draft. We are accepting public comments all the way through the end of next week. I do appreciate the 23 individuals who have thus far submitted their comments online. We're getting really good feedback, very meaningful. I appreciate the time and attention that the public is paying to this very important document for us.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
does Douglas County, Colorado have a Kale Street?
I haven't a clue.
They have 1.4 million now to build it.
Yeah, I was going to say.
No, we're getting it back.
I don't know. I don't care. I just want my money. Thank you very much. And I know it's not my money, it's our money. We will discuss that further. Anyway, having said that, it's time for closing public comment. And we'll do closing public comment right now. So those that are lined up, enjoy.
Good luck to the clerks, because I know a lot of people didn't sign in. I think we got to make sure we remind people, because I care about the administrative staff. Ellie Waller. And thanks for bringing up the LTVA, TDVA. With budget meetings coming, I still would like to see a little bit more scrutiny on how our budgets are spent, not just with them, but with lots of areas. So I will be talking with Kathy Lewis. I won't overburden her, I promise. But there will be some specific items that I want to take a look at for those upcoming budget meetings. I'm glad we're getting through the vacation home rental stuff. Finally, I think it's going to rest for a little while and let it try to take its chance. With that said, I'm hoping once we get through that, the strategic plan, we can get a list of priorities of what's next. I know Title 20 just triggered the terminology of replace and repeal. I think it would be a good opportunity. That is something that I just went through with Placer County with the Tahoe Basin Area Plan. It gets very confusing to the constituents and the people that don't participate. So understanding what that really means might need to come from community development if we're going down that route with anything. Could be specific plans that need to be revamped, like the North County specific plan where I live. There's lots of things. Again, I beat the dead horse every chance I get. The community plans need to be updated. It's the crux of how you get the people to participate, other than people like me. If they come out in the individual community plans, it's easier than being overwhelmed by the bigger process here. Thank you.
Jason Gibson, on behalf of the people in Douglas County and the Lost Republic of Nevada. You can see how up in arms they are with these statistics, folks. They will not take responsibility for the muddle puddle and for the desperate state of this nation, this godforsaken nation. In the public state integrity investigation, we see here that there are a number of systems that are created to deter corruption in state government, and each category has a particular grade and a rank. Number one is judicial accountability. Here in Nevada, they don't have judicial accountability, and they're going to expand that JLEC facility at your expense to the tune of $100 to $140 million. That category graded F and ranks 35th. This was in 2015. Of course, those stats have gotten worse. The second category is public access to information, another F grade, and ranked 28th in the nation. The third category is internal auditing, graded F for failure, ranked 48th in the country. And the fourth is the Ethics Enforcement Agencies, which is also graded a total failure, ranked 30th. Again, this is 2015. 8 years later, nothing has changed. Last week after the board meeting, I was shadowed by 3 debt collectors masquerading as peace officers who were shadowing me after the meeting like they have been for the last 5-6 weeks. Thank you, Wesley Rice and Mark Gardner. And they pulled me over for a safety check. Oh, they're giving a thumbs up for that. They're proud of that, about that kind of belligerent authority, the misuse of that authority over there, just giving each other the high five like they're above the law and everything, and then putting out a speech like they're such lawful observers of such. And he's waving his head like he's in total denial, because he is. And so they pulled me over on the way home for a safety check, and there was a 50-yard skid outside of my house the day after the board meeting. Again, these are all circumstances created by an ex-cop over here and a guy with a high school degree who peaked out in his career as a dishwasher salesman working at a fast food joint. So what they've done is they've created a hostile environment where people don't feel safe in their board meetings, and it's the same environment like that in Vegas where that commissioner murdered a member of the press, where people don't want to show up here and participate in government because they're afraid of being profiled, targeted, harassed, and then belittled and demeaned by dim-witted commissioners who should know better. We're just getting started here, folks. We're always just scratching the tip of the iceberg.
Jim Jackson. I got to quit coming up after him. A lot of notes that I was taking during the airport meeting and the planning meeting. I watched that one online. And I've gone online and got stuck with Douglas County, Colorado sometimes to watch this meeting. So they are out there. A lot of things to cover real quickly. But one of the most important things, I think, is that we have to do the right thing, whatever that thing is. In the matter of Johnson Lane, there's a lot of areas, the quality of life, don't change the nature of the neighborhoods, the safety of the people in the neighborhoods, and all those kinds of things. So I hope when this really comes to a head, and it's coming, that we all do the right thing. And remember that there's a lot of people up there that are going to be hurt if we don't do the right thing. The other questions that I've come up with is the planning department on developments. It seems like they jump through hoops for all of the developers, but not for the people in the valley. Every time I watch them come up here, they scramble around, they get their plans all going and everything, but then the minute that you're going to say no to something, then they get back with the developer real quick and come up with a last-minute suggestion, and that usually gets passed. One of the things is over on Vicky Court, or Vicky Lane, the development there. They needed a second access to it. So the developer, last minute they came up, well, we'll just cut a road from there down to Hayborn. Well, Hayborn's a dirt road there. It's underwater most of the time. And all they're going to have to do is scrape a dirt road down there, and they will have fulfilled their requirements to have a second access that nobody will ever use. Those last-minute decisions like that, I think, shouldn't happen. They should have to go away, come back with a better plan. So we're hoping that this Johnson Lane thing will come to a pleasant ending for us. As far as the Knox Corporation, we're not responsible for their bottom line. They are. So if they have to cut a road going a different direction, and there are 2 other ways they can go, so be it. We shouldn't have to pay the price for them to make more money. Excuse me, this medication I'm taking has got me a little buzzed. The other thing is when it comes to these developments and the planning, we don't have big engineering firms working for us, the people, to come back and rebut some of the stuff that they're talking about. but they have the big engineering firms that will come up and justify everything they want to do. So, we need to have a little bit more on our side, I believe. And that's a feeling out there. It's just a perception. Thank you.
I guess for the record, Arthur Erickson, second time I spoke, but, so, my one concern is the sewer treatment plant. With the expansions of all the residential developments and things, are we geared up to be able to meet the requirements of the sewer that's going to be needed eventually? I don't know, I haven't done my homework, and I apologize for that. And also, I try to live my life where silent and listen at the same letters. I wonder why. Thank you. The first time. Oh, every time? Okay.
Is there any further public comment? Seeing none.
Mr. Chair.
Sir.
I just wanted to remind the public that Mr. Gibson continually, and did so today again, falsely accused yourself and myself of having jurisdiction and arrest authority over the Sheriff's Department. The members of the public need to be reminded that neither one of us have that jurisdiction, nor do the other three commissioners as well, to my understanding. So that's it.
You just took all the power away from me. Golly gee. All right, this meeting is adjourned.